Chapter 22, 36, Pity. Corpses covered the area ahead. They floated in the air and formed a dense mass that was impossible to count. They just floated there, and some were even still bleeding. What's this? Yang Yi frowned slightly. What are they doing? Extracting death energy. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao spoke abruptly. They are extracting death energy. Yang Yi said, so many people and so much death energy. Who are they extracting it for? Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him. You have the sword domain and the Bodhi tree, so you can head over without alerting anyone, but will be noticed with ease if we approach the area. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, nodded, and vanished on the spot. After he concealed himself with the sword domain, even Shi Tian and Ding Xiaoyao could barely notice him. So, unless they were intentionally looking for him, or to be more precise, unless they knew he was here, even they wouldn't be able to notice his presence. Shi Tian glanced at Yang Yi. He's quite impulsive. Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. That's how he is. Shi Tian spoke indifferently. That's good too. He can be used. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at him and didn't say anything. However, Shi Tian and Ding Xiaoyao hadn't noticed a tiny ray of sword energy vanish soundlessly near them. At an expanse of space, Yang Yi stood on the spot and glanced in the direction of Shi Tian and Ding Xiaoyao. Playing tricks with me? I will get your god race destroyed. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. An alliance with the god race? Yang Yi was no fool. Not to mention that individual interests were the most important among individuals, let alone races. So, since the very beginning, had been vigilant toward the god race, and he hoped for them to think of him as a fool. Yang Yi was never afraid of playing tricks. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive before the pile of corpses. There were corpses of the human race, sky race, and every other race. As for the amount, in any case, it was Yang Yi's first time seeing so many dead bodies. Yang Yi following allowed them and slowly snuck forward. Just like that, he advanced for almost 2 hours, but he was still surrounded by endless corpses. Yang Yi was someone who could kill without batting an eyelid, but even he felt quite terrified now. There were really too many corpses here. There was a difference between him and the undying race. He didn't just kill everyone he saw, and he wouldn't kill unless they tried to kill him. But the undying race did it just for the sake of killing. To be frank, the undying race slaughtered all living beings like humans slaughtered animals for food. They both felt it was perfectly justified. Cruel? In the eyes of the undying race, it wasn't cruel at all. Just like how humans wouldn't think killing animals for food was cruel, because they wanted to live and fill their stomachs. The strong preyed on the weak. Yang Yi shook his head and continued forward. Everywhere he passed, corpses covered the world in a dense and endless expanse. Because he was worried about alarming the undying race, Yang Yi didn't speed up and moved forward slowly. There were extraordinary experts in the undying race too, so he had to be careful. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi stopped. There were much lesser corpses around him now, and there was a huge altar in front of him. There were many people on the altar, a dense group of living people, and their eyes were filled with terror. As for the center of the altar, Yang Yi saw a familiar figure, the Buddhist progenitor. The Buddhist progenitor of the Buddhist path. Yang Yi snuck forward a little more. At this moment, an undying cavalry appeared near the Buddhist progenitor, and she glanced at him and said, "The death energy is too little. We need even more." The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together. There are no more people to kill. No more to kill? The undying cavalry laughed coldly. There are billions of living beings throughout the large universe, but there aren't more to kill after just these few. I don't want to waste time with you. We need more death energy, right now? The Buddhist progenitor pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Many have fled to Void Spirit Continent. We'll definitely get even more death energy if we annihilate them." Void Spirit Continent. Yang Yi laughed coldly in the shadows. Even now, that old baldy still hasn't forgotten me, huh? Void Spirit Continent. The undying cavalry glanced coldly at him. You don't have to worry about that. Once you've killed all the people here, go to the next place. It's not just you. It's the same for all the other places. If the death energy is insufficient, we'll use the experts of your Buddhist path. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together, closed his eyes, and fell silent. A short while passed before he looked at the others here, good and bad. Life is filled with pain. Your death today is not pain. It is release, great release. He flipped his right hand lightly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless figures stiffened on the spot, and then strands of black energy flashed out from them and converged at the door of light at the center of the altar. For a time, howls of sorrow and pain filled the surroundings. They begged for mercy and cursed. However, the Buddhist progenitor remained indifferent. As more and more death energy converged at the door of light, more and more were dying here. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light appeared behind the Buddhist progenitor. The latter's eyes instantly opened wide when it appeared, and then a terrifying wave of golden light rippled out from the golden lotus beneath him. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded through the altar, and the Buddhist progenitor was blasted away. As soon as he stopped himself, the golden lotus exploded apart and transformed into fragments that rained down from there. Everyone gazed at the area above the altar, and a man in green clothes was standing there. Yang Yi, someone exclaimed. Practically no one throughout the large universe didn't know Yang Yi. So, as soon as he appeared, all of them were filled with joy. Hope. They saw hope. Yang Yi ignored them and gazed at the Buddhist progenitor, and the latter glanced at him. Your strength has improved quite a bit. Congratulations. Yang Yi grinned. Buddhist progenitor, they say the Buddhist path is one of kindness and benevolence. Aren't you afraid that karma will come for you when you're killing like this? Kindness and benevolence? The Buddhist progenitor replied indifferently. Do you believe that? Yang Yi roared with laughter. Indeed. Everything in the world revolves around interests and benefits. Benevolence is just the pity of the strong to the weak. The Buddhist progenitor spoke softly. You seem to know it well. He glanced at the people here and continued, if I don't kill them, many of my Buddhist path will die, and so will I. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't care about that. Let's resolve the enmity between us today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot with the sword supreme in his grasp. A moment later, a ray of sword energy flashed like a bolt of lightning. The Buddhist progenitor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he flipped his right palm slightly before slapping it forward. Bang! It forcefully stopped Yang Yi's attack, but then terrifying sword intent and slaughter intent surged out from the sword. Bang! The Buddhist progenitor was blasted away once more. Yang Yi didn't stop. He stomped his right foot down and swung the sword supreme with both hands. Hiss! It left a mark in space as it shot forward. The powerful energy the sword supreme carries cracked open the surrounding space. If Yang Yi wasn't suppressing it by force and stopping the energy within from leaking out, it would have instantly obliterated the space here. An unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared in the Buddhist progenitor's eyes. Yang Yi's current strength had far surpassed his imagination. Even he felt horrified by this attack. He didn't dare to act carelessly and pressed his palms together. Boom! As soon as he did that, a terrifying golden palm appeared around 1 kilometer ahead of him, and it immediately stopped Yang Yi's attack. As soon as they came into contact, the space here shook violently, and so did the black hole around them. Hiss! An instant later, Yang Yi's sword pierced through the golden palm. The Buddhist progenitor's pupils constricted from the sight of this. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of golden energy rippled forth. However, it wasn't able to stop Yang Yi's sword. The sword supreme didn't encounter any difficulty when it shattered the golden wave of energy. Meanwhile, the Buddhist progenitor had turned around and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot off into the sky. Flee! After 2 collisions, Head realized something. Yang Yi could kill him while wielding the sword supreme. So, Head decisively chosen to flee and not fight Yang Yi to the death. However, Yang Yi was prepared this time. As soon as the Buddhist progenitor fled, a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Suppress him. Yang Yi's voice resounded, and then a powerful wave of energy pressed down upon the Buddhist progenitor, causing his speed to instantly decline. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived with his sword in hand. Right when Yang Ye's sword was just half an inch away from the Buddhist progenitor's forehead, the Buddhist progenitor's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Your father isn't really dead. Yang Ye's sword stopped. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2237. Kill a Progenitor. Yang Yi pressed his sword against the Buddhist progenitor's forehead while staring at the latter. What do you mean? The Buddhist progenitor said, what we killed that day wasn't his true body. No, I should say that he cultivated a clone, so unless all of them are killed, he isn't truly dead. According to my knowledge, one of his clones still exists. Yang Yi asked, where is it? The Buddhist progenitor looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Let me go. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, all right. The Buddhist progenitor spoke solemnly. It's at the undying race. Yang Yi nodded and said, sorry, I didn't finish speaking just now. The Buddhist progenitor was puzzled. What do you mean? A smile curled up on Yang Ye's mouth, and it was quite ferocious. All right, in your dreams. Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword stabbed in the Buddhist progenitor's forehead, and blood sprayed. The Buddhist progenitor's eyes opened wide while the vitality within him surged out into the surroundings. You! He stared at Yang Yi with eyes filled with resentment. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the Buddhist progenitor and just waved his sword. Hiss! The Buddhist progenitor's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Even the Buddhist progenitor's soul had been destroyed by this. He was truly dead without even the chance of rebirth. Yang Yi gazed at the remaining people here. At this moment, they were looking at him, and then they knelt before him. Yang Yi spoke indifferently, flee. They didn't hesitate to flee toward the surroundings. Yang Yi gazed at the altar. He waved his sword, and a strand of blood-red sword energy tore through the air. Right when it was about to strike the door of light, a spear suddenly tore through the air and slammed against his sword energy, causing it to explode apart. Yang Yi looked over and saw a woman had appeared there. Dugu Juetyin. She stared at him. Yang Yi, are you really in that much of a hurry to die? As soon as she said that, over 100 undying cavalry appeared behind her, and all of them had a nefarious below them. Die? Yang Yi chuckled. I don't want to die. He glanced at her and the undying cavalry, and then he said, I'm leaving now. Do you intend to attack me? He patted the sword supreme against his left palm while he spoke. Allow me to be honest. Just these forces are probably not enough even for me to kill. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? As soon as she finished speaking, almost 300 undying cavalry appeared around Yang Yi, and they surrounded him. She looked him in the eyes. What about now? Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared on Yang Ye's right. In Nanjing. It was in Nanjing. She looked Dugu Juetyin in the eyes. You can get 200 more. Dugu Juetyin gazed at in Nanjing. She just gazed at her, and the latter met her gaze. In Nanjing and Yang Yi. Kill them? Even if these experts of the undying race could kill Yang Yi and in Nanjing in the end, they would pay a terrible price, an extremely terrible price. She didn't want to pay that price. So, an even stronger expert of the undying race was required to kill them. Soldiers fought soldiers, but making soldiers fight a general would lead to tremendous losses. Meanwhile, Yang Yi smiled. Since you're not attacking, then we're leaving. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the Buddhist progenitor's head was transported into the primordial pagoda before he left within Nanjing. The undying cavalry's eyes were filled with the desire to kill, and some even wanted to attack, but Dugu Juetyin stopped them. She glanced at Yang Yi and in Nanjing's figures. Lord Xiaolu is about to come here. He won't be alive for long. Yang Yi and in Nanjing left the area, and it didn't take long for them to meet Shi Tian and Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. You were impulsive. We've alarmed them now, yet we still haven't figured out their secrets. Yang Yi replied indifferently, sorry, I couldn't help myself. I have other things to attend to. Farewell. Yang Yi and in Nanjing vanished on the spot. Shi Tian frowned slightly. What the heck was that? Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly. That's how he is. Sometimes, he's easy to get along with, but sometimes, he's very difficult to get along with. Shi Tian grunted coldly, and he felt extremely unhappy, because Yang Yi just did as he pleased and didn't give him or Ding Xiaoyao any respect. In the starry sky, a Nanjing spoke softly. You're against the god race? Yang Yi replied, I'm not against them. It's just that they didn't really form an alliance with us to have an ally. They want to use us. And Nanjing was puzzled. Then why did you agree to it? Yang Yi grinned. We can use each other. Yang Yi paused for a moment and continued. Actually, Dugujuetian is right. A race that isn't united will vanish from this universe. Numerous races live together in this large universe, but they fought incessantly. So, they brought all of this upon themselves. It's the same for our human race too. In the end, it's our own self-interest that is our downfall. All of us want to get the best for ourselves, and we fail to be selfless. Even now, those who are still alive aren't thinking about being united. They are fighting and killing each other. And Nanjing fell silent. Yang Yi took a deep breath and continued. Dugu Juetian said that if I were willing to step forward, the human race wouldn't have fallen to the state it's in right now. But she's wrong. I can save the human race now, but I can't save it forever. I can't change how selfish the human race is, just like how they abandoned me in the face of danger after I tried to help them. He laughed with self-ridicule. In the end, the human race merely used me, and it would be the same even if someone else was in my place. When faced with life and death, most only think about themselves. So long as they survive, the fate of others has nothing to do with them, right? And Nanjing spoke softly. There's no need to think so much about that. Of course. Yang Yi smiled. As far as I'm concerned, my job is to protect my loved one. Their safety is all that matters to me. He glanced at the surroundings. I plan to travel to the undying race. She asked, for your father? Yang Yi nodded. That clone of my father's is still there, and I want to go have a look. She spoke solemnly. It's dangerous. Yang Yi replied, don't worry, I'm not going to look for trouble with them. With the Bodhi tree and sword domain to conceal my aura, it should be fine while I don't expose myself. Besides that, even a few progenitors can't stop me from fleeing now. I also have one more trump card with me. He was naturally talking about the Samadhi flame. He hadn't used the Samadhi flame during the battle earlier, and it could be considered as his biggest trump card right now. And Nanjing fell silent for a long time and said, I'll go with you. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go. They vanished on the spot. At the door of light, deep within the endless black holes. Yang Yi snuck over to the door of light, glanced at the surroundings, and then snuck in. He didn't just go through to the other side like that. The door of light was a teleportation formation. If he just walked through, it was very likely to activate, and then he would be exposed. So, he had to wait. It didn't take long for a few undying cavalry to appear near him. They walked into the door of light, and then Yang Yi immediately transformed into a shadow that attached itself to an undying cavalry's shadow. In the door of light, Yang Yi carefully concealed himself with the sword domain and didn't dare act rashly. The undying race had peerless experts, and they weren't experts that Dugu Juetian could compare to. So, he had to be careful. A short time later, Yang Yi and them arrived in the undying race's territory. Just like the first time he arrived here, it was dark, and the spirit energy here was much scarcer than the large universe. Besides that, death energy filled the surroundings. By contrast, this place seemed more like it was in the end times, or it should be called the apocalypse. Yang Yi soundlessly left the undying cavalries, glanced at the surroundings, and entered the pitch-black city. It was where Head obtained the Sprite of Slaughter. It was also where his father had forcefully teleported him away. Yang Yi looked off into the distance. There was a tower there, and it was extremely tall to the point he couldn't see its top. For strands of black energy were floating around it, and they carried powerful energy. Even if he was so far away, Yang Yi could still sense it clearly. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he snuck off into the distance. It didn't take long for him to sneak into the tower. It was quite dark within it, and he could barely see things. Yang Yi looked up and was about to climb the tower when a man walked down slowly from the stairs. He wore a loose robe, had hair that was dragged against the ground, and there was a red mark on his forehead. Besides that, a black iron claw floated by his right hand. Yang Yi hurriedly held his breath and hid himself in a dark corner. However, the man suddenly looked in Yang Yi's direction while a slight arc curled up on his lips. Lord Xiao Lu said someone had come in, and I didn't really believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. Interesting, interesting. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2238, Then I Won't Leave. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Had been discovered. Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that Head underestimated the undying race. He stopped concealing himself and walked out slowly from the shadows. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "A sword cultivator?" Yang Yi nodded. The man chuckled. "Since you dared to come here on your own, I presume you're very confident in yourself. Come, show it to me." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. "We're fighting here? Aren't you afraid it'll get destroyed?" The man smiled. "Don't worry, it won't." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Then bring it." Hiss. As soon as he said that, a flash silently appeared beneath Yang Yi's foot, and then a sword arrived before the man. A smile curled up on the corners of the man's mouth, but it carried a trace of ridicule. At the instant Yang Yi's sword arrived before him, he stretched out his right hand slightly, and a black barrier soundlessly appeared and stopped Yang Yi's sword. Bang! The black barrier shook violently but remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the claw floating by his right hand clawed at Yang Yi. It was swift like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi's reaction was extremely quick. He immediately waved the sword precursor horizontally at the claw. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted back with his sword. An instant later, his figure slammed against the wall. Meanwhile, a strand of black energy instantly shot toward him, and within it was a black claw clawing at him. The power it carried caused him to feel suffocated. It was oppressive. Bang! A ray of blood-red light swept out from Yang Yi and slammed against the black energy. As soon as they came into contact, they immediately exploded apart. However, the black claw ignored the red light from Yang Yi and arrived before him. However, it stopped around 10 inches away from Yang Yi's face. Because a sword had pressed down against it, it couldn't move an inch closer. Meanwhile, afterimages appeared in the area. They were afterimages of the man. An instant later, he appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he raised his leg and swept it at Yang Yi's head. This time, Yang Yi didn't try to defend himself. He grabbed his sword with his left hand while releasing it from his right hand, and then he slammed his fist at the man's face. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi was blasted to the right and slammed against the wall. As for the man, he was blasted backward as well, and at the instant he slammed against the ground, a figure suddenly shot toward him. Everywhere it passed, space was torn apart and explosions resounded. The man's reaction was extremely swift too. He looked up and slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Close-quartered combat. In a place like this, they could only fight each other in close quarters. It was the rules the man had set because he didn't allow Yang Yi to leave this place and fight outside. Actually, he was telling Yang Yi that they were going to fight in close quarters. Yang Yi didn't refuse because it was a strong point of his. A collision of fists. Bang! Space shook violently, and then they split apart. At the instant they split apart, a black claw flashed, and then it arrived above Yang Yi. If it descended, Yang Yi's head would definitely explode. The claw was no ordinary treasure, so Yang Yi didn't go head-on against it with his body. He immediately issued a command, and the sword precursor transformed into a ray of light that stabbed against it. Bang! An invisible wave of energy rippled through the tower. Suddenly, the man floated up and gazed at Yang Yi, and then dense death energy appeared around Yang Yi. As soon as they appeared, Yang Yi noticed to his shock that the vitality within him was actually vanishing rapidly. Or it should be said that once the death energy appeared, death energy had appeared within him, and it was rapidly devouring the vitality within him. Yang Yi glanced at the man, and then a strand of faint violet energy enveloped Yang Yi. An instant later, the death energy within him was gradually suppressed. Huh. The man frowned. Suddenly, Yang Yi hurled his blood-red sword at the man. Hiss. Space was sliced open like a rag before it. The man's pupils constricted slightly, and he flipped his right hand slightly. The claw by his side immediately appeared on his arm, and then a ray of black light flashed within the tower. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of air being torn apart resounded. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as it did, two types of intent appeared out of thin air. Slaughter intent and sword intent. At this moment, the sword in Yang Yi's grasp had been changed to the sword supreme, and his slaughter intent and sword intent were at their peak now. Coupled with the sword domain, his strength was at his peak. Yang Yi's face remained expressionless as he watched the claw slam down at him, and he swung his sword with both hands. Bang! The man and his claw were blasted away. Crack! The tower suddenly cracked open and was on the verge of collapsing. Below the wall, the man stood up slowly. As soon as he did, a sword that carried two terrifying intents shot toward him. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes as he slapped both his palms at it. Bang! A terrifying wave of death energy surged out from him, but Yang Yi's sword tore it into pieces. The Sword Supreme. The Sword Supreme was slightly inferior in quality to the Primordial Pagoda and Bodhi Tree, but if it was in Yang Yi's grasp, the strength it could reveal far surpassed the Primordial Pagoda and Bodhi Tree. Perhaps only the Samadhi Flame could compare to it. After all, Yang Yi was a sword cultivator. When the Sword Supreme was in his grasp, their union was able to bring forth its strongest. However, if Yang Yi didn't use the Sword Supreme, it would clearly be impossible for him to destroy this death energy with ease. Meanwhile, a wisp of disbelief flashed through the man's eyes when he saw his death energy being torn into bits. He hadn't expected it to be destroyed just like that. Of course, he was even more shocked by the strength of Yang Yi's attack. Even he couldn't resist its might. Suddenly, Yang Yi's sword stopped. Everything here fell silent. The sword domain vanished as well. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He looked at the surroundings, and then waved his right hand. The sword flew back into his grasp. Yang Yi walked out of the tower with his sword in hand. Outside the tower, a woman was there, Dugu Juetyin. Dugu Juetyin glanced at him with a smile on her face. Yang Yi, oh, Yang Yi, you truly surprised me. You actually came to my undying race. Yang Yi, are you too brave? Or is it your ignorance that gives you this courage? Yang Yi shrugged. I was just curious about the undying race, so I came to have a look. Looks like your race isn't doing so well. Dugu Juetyin asked, and Yang Yi said, I've seen what I wanted. So, am leaving now, right? There's no need to send me off. Yang Yi just walked off once he finished speaking. Haha. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetyin suddenly started laughing. Yang Yi, you're really interesting. You want to leave? You think you can leave after you've come here? You're really confident. Yang Yi said, I've had food, so there's no need to make me stay for some. Dugu Juetyin laughed coldly. What if I insist? Yang Yi tapped his sword lightly against the ground. I like to kill before I eat. Since you want me to stay and eat, then I'll kill a few first. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword shot forward. Dugu Juetyen's pupils constricted, and she stabbed her spear forward. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then she was blasted far away with her spear. Suddenly, the man in the tower walked out of it. Yang Yi glanced at him and swung his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy tore through the air. The energy carried within this attack, which contained two types of peak progenitor realm intents, was even too much for space to endure, and it started cracking open and collapsing. The man's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed the claw and slapped it forward. Bang! The man was blasted back into the tower, and his fate was unknown. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He turned around to gaze at Dugu Juetyin, and then he started walking slowly in her direction. He dragged his sword against the ground as he walked slowly, causing dazzling sparks to flare up. Dugu Juetian just stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, let me see if you can escape my undying race's territory today. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurled her spear at him. Hiss. Space was torn apart in its wake. Yang Yi's face remained indifferent as he swung his sword. Hiss. Dugu Juetian's spear was instantly sliced into two, and her face sank from the sight of it. Yang Yi's strength was at such a level now. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he started walking toward Dugu Juetian. I just came here to have a look, and I didn't come with ill intent. I'm serious. Now, I've finished having my look, so I have to leave. Dugu Juetian looked him in the eye. Can you? Yang Yi stopped. Then I won't go. As soon as he said that, a strand of slaughter intent swept out from him, and the sky above the ancient city turned blood red. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2239. Master Yuan. Slaughter intent. Endless slaughter intent seeped out from within Yang Yi and filled the entire city in an instant. Obviously, Yang Yi's desire to kill was very strong right now. Dugu Juetian's eyes narrowed slightly while she slowly placed her hands on her short swords by her waist. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Stand down. Dugu Juetian was visibly shocked and moved away respectfully. A middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Dugu Juetian. He wore a black robe, had his hands behind his back, and revealed a dignified aura. He sized up Yang Yi and said, needless to say, I'm quite surprised the large universe has a genius like you. Yang Yi asked, what's your name? The middle-aged man walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. My undying race is led by our patriarch, and Lord Xiaolu is beneath him. Beneath Lord Xiaolu are the three wise men. They are in charge of training our army, and I'm one of them. They call me Master Yuan. Yang Yi nodded. So you're an instructor. Looks like you're very strong. Master Yuan nodded slightly, sort of. Please give me some guidance then. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, Master Yuan raised his palm and pressed it down. In an instant, the space before Master Yuan warped. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy rippled out from there. Coupled with the warped expanse of space, Yang Yi was instantly blasted away upon arriving in front of Master Yuan. Meanwhile, the space behind Yang Yi suddenly warped, and it forcefully sent Yang Yi to Master Yuan. Master Yuan pressed his palm down once more. Bang! The space around Yang Yi exploded apart, but the energy within it didn't vanish. A few dozen types of energy raged madly against Yang Yi, who was in the chaotic expanse of space. Meanwhile, Master Yuan frowned slightly, because Yang Yi hadn't been obliterated like had expected. While Yang Yi was in the chaotic flow of space, Yang Yi didn't seem to have suffered any damage. Master Yuan gazed at Yang Yi, and there was a faint fiery red scale armor around Yang Yi. The primordial armor. The primordial armor which had been modified by the Samadhi flame. Master Yuan pondered deeply for a moment and slammed his fist forward. Bang! The space around Yang Yi shook violently, and then a wave of powerful force shot through space and slammed against Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. If the energy struck him, even the primordial armor wouldn't be able to prevent him from at least suffering severe injuries or even death. Yang Yi had no time to think. He just grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it. With his two intents enhancing it, its might was capable of obliterating a world. But Yang Yi's expression changed again when he finished the swing. Bang! An explosion resounded, and he was blasted far away. Yang Yi descended to the ground far away, and the ground beneath him collapsed in an instant. At the same time, he was still being pushed back. Yang Yi stabbed his sword into the ground, and just like that, he was pushed over 1 kilometer away more before he finally stopped himself. Your armor isn't bad. Master Yuan spoke abruptly. Unfortunately, you're a little weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped a finger in Yang Yi's direction. Hiss! Hiss! Hiss, hiss. The space before Yang Yi cracked open in layers, and a wave of mysterious energy instantly arrived before Yang Yi with the intent to obliterate him. Yang Yi looked up, took a step forward, and a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Once the sword domain appeared, the energy instantly slowed down, and Yang Yi leaped forward and swung the sword supreme with both hands. Slash. It was like his attack could slice the world into two. Hiss. With the sword domain's support, it instantly obliterated the energy before Yang Yi. As soon as Yang Yi dropped to the ground, he tapped his right foot down lightly, and then he swung his sword at Master Yuan with both hands. Master Yuan's face remained indifferent as he took half a step back, and then he squatted down slightly before raising both his palms. A moment later, he pressed them back down. A huge expanse of space before Master Yuan overlapped in layers, causing Yang Yi's expression to change drastically when he arrived before Master Yuan. The overlapped space made him feel like a million mountains were pressing down upon him. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was about to explode, even with the primordial armor there to protect him. Go. Meanwhile, Master Yuan pushed his palms forward. The expanse of space rippled forward. Bang! Yang Yi instantly felt like a sledgehammer had slammed against him, and then he was blasted away. Master Yuan immediately took a step forward and was about to follow up with another attack. However, countless rays of blood-red sword energy suddenly appeared in this expanse of space. Master Yuan frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the blood-red sword energy suddenly started to flicker. In an instant, the enveloped Master Yuan. Suddenly, the blood-red sword energy stopped as if everything had been frozen. An instant later, they gradually turned ethereal and vanished shortly after. Yang Yi's frown deepened. Master Yuan was much stronger than had expected. Master Yuan walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Needless to say, I'm really surprised you possess such strength at the Sage Realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation and accumulation are a little insufficient. Master Yuan stretched his right hand forward and shook it lightly. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy suddenly rippled out of the space before Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi's expression to change drastically. He didn't try to defend himself. Conversely, he tapped his foot down, and then a sword soundlessly appeared behind Master Yuan just a moment later. After that, it stabbed at his back. Backstab. However, such a swift attack was stopped by a palm. Yang Yi's sword was pressed against Master Yuan's palm, and there was a tiny ball of black energy at the center of Master Yuan's palm. It was that ball of black energy which had stopped Yang Yi's attack. Master Yuan looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Your sword isn't bad. He shook his right hand once he finished speaking. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. At the same time, Master Yuan slapped his palm down. Hiss! A huge black palm suddenly emerged from the space above Yang Yi, and it slapped down at him. If it struck, he would be obliterated. Yang Yi forcefully stopped himself and looked up at it. At this moment, the palm was just around 10 m away from him, and the powerful might it carried simply suffocated him. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he moved his left hand slightly, and the sword spirit appeared in his palm. An instant later, Yang Yi shot up into the air with two swords in his hands. Hiss! Hiss! One red and one bright ray of sword energy shot up into the air and tore open the sky. The sword precursor could maximize his slaughter intent, and the sword supreme could maximize his sword intent. So, for the sake of fully releasing his strength, Yang Yi was using two swords. Once he used two swords, both his slaughter intent and sword intent had risen to their limits. Two rays of sword energy slammed against the palm. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded, and then the huge palm exploded open, causing the surrounding space to ripple like boiling water. Master Yuan glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Slaughter intent, sword intent, and the sword domain. How rare indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down and shot up into the air. Master Yuan stomped his foot down once more in midair, and then he shot at Yang Yi like a cannonball. He was swift to the absolute limit. Yang Yi couldn't even see his movements clearly and could only defend himself instinctively. Yang Yi swung his swords down. two swords at the same time. Hiss, hiss. A huge hole was sliced open in the air, and then a figure was blasted away with two rays of sword energy. It was Yang Ye's figure. Master Yuan glanced at his hands. There were two marks on the center of his palms. They were extremely deep and had almost pierced his palms. He fell silent for a moment before looking up at Yang Yi. Interesting, interesting. A sage actually injured me. Needless to say, you're a monstrous genius. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and a terrifying wave of pressure appeared here and overlapped upon itself before pressing down at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Dugu Jueyin had moved away. At this moment, she was extremely shocked. She knew how strong Master Yuan was, and ordinary progenitors would be no match for him. However, Yang Yi had been able to fight him for so long. But Yang Yi was just a sage. Even Dugu Jueyin was quite horrified by Yang Ye's talent. Meanwhile, the pressure slammed down upon Yang Yi, and Yang Yi suddenly swung the sword supreme at Master Yuan. The latter shook his head slightly. While Yang Ye's sword energy was powerful, it wasn't enough against him. However, Master Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Hiss. The pressure Master Yuan emanated vanished without a trace, and a ray of sword energy arrived before him. Hiss. An arm suddenly flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Master Yuan glanced at his left shoulder, and it was empty. He fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. Or to be more precise, he looked at Yang Ye's sword. At this moment, a faint layer of flames were covering Yang Ye's sword. The Samadhi flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2240 Leave. Chapter 2240 Leave. The Samadhi Flame. When facing this expert of the undying race, Master Yuan, Yang Yi knew that the gap in their strength wasn't just small. So, had decisively utilized the Samadhi Flame. Once he had its assistance, the strength of his attacks rose explosively. He didn't use it completely because his current strength couldn't endure the full strength of the Samadhi Flame. So, he only relied on a small portion of its energy, and just that small portion had taken Master Yuan's arm with ease. Master Yuan glanced at the flames around Yang Ye's sword. That's a really powerful flame. He took a step forward and was about to attack, but Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Master Yuan was slightly stunned and said, "Fleeing?" He stretched out his right hand and clawed at Yang Yi. Bang! A towering palm descended from above Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't even look up and just swung his sword at it. Hiss! A ray of sword energy shot up, and space was incinerated into nothingness in its wake. Bang! The huge palm was instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with the sword energy. At the same time, space turned quite ethereal there. Master Yuan frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Dugu Jueyin was about to attack, but Master Yuan shook his head. "You can't stop him." He took a step forward and vanished on the spot. A distant point in space suddenly shook, and then a middle-aged man walked out from there. It was Master Yuan. As soon as he arrived there, a ray of fiery red sword energy descended. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above Master Yuan. Master Yuan tapped his right foot down lightly. Hiss! The area cracked open, and then Master Yuan was over 3 kilometers away, while Yang Ye's attack hit nothing but air. Master Yuan looked up, and a man was standing in the sky. He had a sword in his grasp, and there were faint flames on that sword. It was Yang Yi. Master Yuan chuckled. "Yang Yi, you have quite a bit of treasures, huh? First, that sword, then that armor, now this flame. Not a single one is ordinary. Amazing." Yang Yi replied indifferently, "The undying race has 3 wise men. Where are the other 2? Master Yuan stated indifferently, "Do we even need 3 to deal with you?" Yang Yi smiled. "Looks like you're very confident." Yang Yi swung his sword down. Hiss! Sword energy descended like a shooting star, and it tore space open as it shot toward Master Yuan. Master Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he flipped his palm. and then the space before him suddenly turned pitch black. A moment later, a black pillar of energy surged up and slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, they immediately exploded apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived above Master Yuan with the sword supreme in his grasp, and he slashed down at Master Yuan. Flames blazed on his sword. Master Yuan frowned slightly, twisted his right foot slightly against the ground, and vanished on the spot. He was far away when he appeared again. Hiss! Yang Ye's attack missed, and the space before him turned ethereal before being instantly obliterated. Yang Yi gazed at Master Yuan, fell silent for a moment, and then a ray of light flashed. Master Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't go head-on against Yang Ye's attack, because Yang Ye's attacks weren't easy to resist at all now that they were enhanced by that mysterious flame. Had already paid a terrible price for his initial carelessness. At this moment, his left shoulder was scorched black, and even death energy couldn't restore his arm. So, he chose to avoid directly colliding with Yang Ye's attacks. He was just about to move away when a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. The sword domain. Yang Ye's speed wasn't as fast as Master Yuan. So if Master Yuan just kept dodging, Yang Yi could do nothing about it. However, he had the sword domain, and with the sword domain, he could bring Master Yuan's speed down to his level. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Master Yuan's figure slowed down, and his expression changed. He didn't choose to dodge again, and he took half a step back before slapping his palm forward. Bang! A strand of terrifying black light erupted from his palm, and the sword domain was instantly filled with pitch-black darkness. A moment of silence ensued, and then a speck of fiery light flashed through the pitch-black sword domain. Bang! An explosion resounded in the sword domain, and then a figure was pushed over 10 kilometers away. It was Master Yuan. Die! Yang Ye's voice suddenly resounded from the pitch-black expanse of space, and then a ray of sword energy shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flashed and instantly arrived before Master Yuan. Master Yuan frowned to the point a character would be seen on his forehead. At this moment, he had quite the headache. He couldn't go head-on against Yang Ye's sword, so he was locked in a passive position. He fell silent for a moment, and then he shook his right hand. In an instant, a pitch-black spear appeared in his grasp, and then he stabbed it forward. It stabbed straight against the tip of Yang Ye's sword. Clang! A sharp clang resounded. As soon as the tip of his spear struck the tip of Yang Ye's sword, it instantly melted, and the sight of this made Master Yuan's expression change. He was about to pull his spear back when Yang Yi shot forward with his sword and stabbed his sword at Master Yuan's face. Meanwhile, Master Yuan's spear had been obliterated, or to be more precise, it had been melted into nothingness. There were things in this world which could resist the Samadhi flame, but there were very few. Obviously, Master Yuan's spear wasn't one of them. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out from within Master Yuan, and Yang Yi was instantly blasted far away. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi looked up at Master Yuan. At this moment, a huge amount of black energy had appeared around Master Yuan, and they coiled around him like venomous snakes. At this moment, Yang Yi noticed that Master Yuan's aura had grown tremendously. Master Yuan walked slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Yi, I didn't expect you to force me to such a state. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Yuan took a step forward. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi started to crack open, and then a mysterious wave of energy appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Yang Yi in an instant. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He glanced at the surroundings and swung his sword. Hiss! The space was obliterated around him. Bang! Their strength was at the limits of endurance for the space here, so it exploded apart and turned into a black hole. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his sword with both hands. Swish! A ray of sword energy flashed through the black hole toward Master Yuan. Master Yuan clenched his right fist, and countless strands of black energy converged upon it before he slammed it forward. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled forth and slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. This time, Yang Ye's sword energy wasn't able to slice through Master Yuan's attack like it had done so previously, but the energy Master Yuan released wasn't able to gain the upper hand either. They exploded apart on contact. Master Yuan was about to attack again when he suddenly frowned because Yang Yi had vanished into the distance. Master Yuan stopped his attack and was about to give chase, but a voice suddenly resounded. There's no need to chase after him. Master Yuan's figure paused for a moment, and then he bowed slightly. Lord Xiaolu. A voice drifted slowly from the city. He can't kill you, but you can't kill him either. Chasing him is just a waste of time. Master Yuan spoke solemnly. Lord Xiaolu, his talent is truly rare. Why don't you kill him and eliminate a future threat for our undying race? The voice replied, our patriarch is at the critical moment in his cultivation, so I must maintain the undead tower's formation and death energy. While I can still kill him while doing that, there are some unknown experts in the large universe. So, I have to be careful, and so do all of you. As for Yang Yi, they'll deal with him in the future. Master Yuan bowed slightly. I understand. The voice continued, go to the large universe and personally oversee the collection of death energy. As for Yang Yi, put it aside for now and prioritize the death energy. Understood. Master Yuan bowed again and vanished into the sky. Little girl. Meanwhile, a strand of divine sense locked onto Dugu Juetyin. She looked up at the undead tower, and the voice came from within. Once you return to the large universe, be careful. Don't offend Yang Yi while the patriarch and I haven't arrived. He possesses precious treasures, so he's far beyond your ability to deal with. Understand? Dugu Juetyin bowed respectfully. I understand. The voice said, you can go. She bowed again and left. Once Dugu Juetyin left, the voice resounded once more. Interesting. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a ray of dark energy descended slowly and vanished into nothingness. At the door of light in the endless black holes, a young girl had her hands behind her back as she gazed coldly at the door of light. Her face was indifferent, and her eyes were like eternal ice that carried no emotion. Chapter 22:41, Arriving at the God Realm. Chapter 22:41, Arriving at the God Realm. At the door of light within the endless black holes, a ray of sword energy flashed. It dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. There was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi wiped it off and glanced at the door of light. Nobody pursued him out of it. Kid. Meanwhile, the demon's pawn's voice appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The undying race isn't ordinary. I sensed two extremely powerful auras just now, and they were both beyond you. Yang Yi asked, why didn't they attack? The demon's pawn replied, how would I know? However, it's best if you don't go there again. Your ability to conceal your aura is amazing indeed, but it isn't almighty. Yang Yi nodded slightly. While he hadn't been able to find out about his father, he had gained something from this trip, and it was a better understanding of the undying race. The strongest expert of the undying race was probably its patriarch, and then it was that person, Lord Xiaolu. The three wise men were below Lord Xiaolu. Yang Yi didn't know how strong Lord Xiaolu and the patriarch was, but just those three wise men were extremely terrifying. Head even used the Samadhi flame earlier, yet he still hadn't been able to kill Master Yuan. Now, he had a rough understanding of the undying race. Its strength wasn't something this large universe could resist at all. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he glanced at the door of light and left. Void Spirit Continent. In Void Spirit Hall, Yang Yi sat at the seat of the host, and Yang Lianshuang and Elder Yuan were below him. The atmosphere in the hall was quite heavy. A short while passed before Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. It seems like the undying race's strength is far greater than we imagined. Yang Yi nodded. The larger universe is impossible to defend. Impossible. Based on the current situation, the large universe couldn't resist the undying race at all. Even if the entire large universe joined forward, it was still impossible. Not to mention now, even if the forces of the large universe were at their prime, they probably still wouldn't be a match for the undying race. Elder Yuan asked, do we have a way out? A way out? Yang Yi spoke softly. The only way out is to leave the large universe, but the only way to accomplish that is to activate that formation here. However, the undying race clearly plans on using it to leave too. Elder Yuan spoke bitterly. So there's no way out? Yang Yi stood up and said, "We do have no way out." The hall fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, "There's one more thing that we have to deal with. Countless people are rushing here, people from all the races. Because they are from different races and gathered here together, many disturbances arise in the city from time to time." Disturbances? Yang Yi frowned slightly. They still have the mood to fight against each other at a time like this? Yang Lianshuang shook her head. It can't be helped. Where there are people, there are disputes. Now, people of many races are gathered in the city. Yang Yi replied, Kill a few more and they'll be quiet." Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. "No, they're already in chaos and it'll get worse if we resolve this by killing." She paused for a moment and continued, "They're really in chaos. All of them are terrified and intense. The slightest mistake may cause them to do something drastic." Elder Yuan nodded. Lianshuang is right. They are filled with terror now, so we can't kill. Otherwise, it'll become even more chaotic. Yang Yi replied, "Then what do you think we should do?" Yang Lianshuang and Elder Yuan exchanged glances. In the end, Yang Lianshuang spoke softly, "You do it. No matter what, you just have to stabilize them. So long as they don't fall into chaos, we can rest at ease as we fight the undying race. Otherwise, the next time the undying race comes, they will probably instantly turn on us or cause trouble." Yang Yi fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "Come with me." He walked out of the hall once he finished speaking. Yang Yi went to the city walls, and Yang Lianshuang summoned countless before him. It was a dense crowd that stood before him. All of them were looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "You're afraid of the undying race. To be honest, I'm afraid too. Because they are very strong, extremely strong. They are so strong that even I think we have no chance." All of them exchanged glances and didn't know what Yang Yi meant. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang frowned because she felt that this would throw the people into even greater chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I am very afraid, but what can I do about it? The undying race would let us go just because I'm afraid. Allow me to be honest, everyone here, including me, may die here in the end." Meanwhile, someone below suddenly asked, "Then what do we do?" "What do we do?" Yang Yi said, "What do you think?" Clamorous noise resounded incessantly down below. "I know," Yang Yi suddenly said. "Many of you want to run, but just go outside and have a look. How many people are still alive out there? The undying race has slaughtered all the living beings throughout the large universe. Allow me to be honest, if I flee, I may have a slight chance. After all, the undying race wouldn't pay such a huge price to hunt me down. But what about all of you? Do you think they would let all of you escape?" All of them remained silent. Yang Yi's voice gradually grew louder. "I'm here today to tell all of you that I, and every one of you, have no way out. Yet all of you are still scheming against each other in the city. What's the point? It won't be long before we'll all die here. So what's the point of doing all of that?" Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Is there really no hope at all?" Yang Yi shrugged. "I've been to the undying race's territory. They have even stronger experts there, and if those experts come, all of us will mostly die." Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Will you flee?" Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Would Yang Yi flee? Yang Yi shook his head. "I want. Because there are people I care about here, and I've promised someone that I would protect this place." That person said, "You will die." Yang Yi smiled. "They'll drag them down with me, as many as I can. Since I'm going to die anyway, why wouldn't I drag a few more with me?" He glanced at them and continued, "Of course, I know that many of you are still dreaming of fleeing once the undying race arrives. However, I want to tell you that the undying race doesn't just plan to kill everyone here. They plan to destroy the entire large universe. At that time, the spirit energy here will dry up. So even if you flee and escape the undying race, you won't be able to escape death. It's just a matter of when you die. So, instead of dying like that, it's better to die valiantly in battle. What do you think?" "Yes." Meanwhile, a man suddenly shouted, "Yang Yes, right. Since only death awaits, it's better to die valiantly. I'm not going to run. I'll just wait for them to come and detonate myself. Everyone I kill counts. I want the undying race to know that we aren't cowards. Yes, let's fight them to the death. I'm going to take them with me too. Countless people howled from down below. At this moment, all of them showed no fear on their faces. There was only resolve. A person's fear had limits, and once it passed that limit, it would be fear no more. When a person knew they would die, there was nothing that could scare them. Yang Yi had said all of that, so they understood this. Once they understood it, they stopped being afraid. Countless people in the city were filled with determination. They seemed like they were going to fight the undying race to the limit. Fear had been transformed into strength. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just turned around and left. After Yang Yi's speech, the fights in the city lessened drastically, and they seemed to grow more united now. Regardless of what enmity they had between them, they understood that they would die together. Since they were going to die, the enmity of the past was pointless. Moreover, immortal stones weren't that precious to them anymore. Within the primordial pagoda in Void Spirit Hall, Yang Yi was seated before the Bodhi tree, and Nanjing was by his side. Just like that, time trickled by. A month passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, besides Void Spirit Continent, the people in all other places had been practically annihilated. The entire large universe was covered in death. Now, there were only two places in the large universe that hadn't been slaughtered by the undying race: Void Spirit Continent and the God Realm. The God Realm? Shirtian sat within God Hall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. They're here? Outside the God Realm, 500 undying cavalry suddenly appeared, and they were led by Master Yuan. Dugu Juetian was by his side. All of them were seated on Nefarious and had spears on their backs. Their auras were merged together, causing a powerful wave of pressure to slam down upon the God Realm. Master Yuan glanced at the God Realm and spoke indifferently. This is the God race that once ruled over the large universe? It's not just a little bit inferior when compared to the Void Spirit race. He paused for a moment and continued. They have some ability, so don't be careless and underestimate them. Understood. Dugu Juetian nodded slightly and raised her right hand. Kill. The undying cavalry suddenly hurled their spears forward, and 500 spears tore through space as they shot into the God Realm. Boom. The formation that enveloped the God Realm instantly exploded apart. The God Realm was fully revealed before the undying race's army. In the God Hall, Shirtian stood up slowly. Let me see how strong the undying race really is. Summon the divine generals. Chapter 2242. Kill Yang Yi first. In the sky above the God Realm, the army of the undying race had arrived, and the 500 undying cavalry stood neatly there. All of them had a powerful Nefarious below them. They were led by Dugu Juetian and Master Yuan. Death energy filled the entire God Realm. Perhaps the undying cavalry weren't very strong alone, but if they fought as an army, they were very, very terrifying. After all, they were an army. Even Yang Yi would absolutely not dare to fight a few hundred undying cavalries. They were trained well, and they'd experienced countless battles together, so their tacit understanding could only be described as terrifying. At this moment, they were standing together with their auras all merged together. Even their breathing was in sync. In the city, countless looked up at the army above, and there was seriousness and fear in their eyes. Swish! The sound of air being torn open resounded. An instant later, Shirtian appeared before Master Yuan. There was a wisp of solemnness in his eyes as he gazed at the army before him. The God race once possessed a powerful army, but it was still inferior to the undying cavalry when it was at its prime. Shirtian restrained his thoughts and gazed at Master Yuan. May I know your name? Master Yuan grinned. One of the undying race's 3 wise men. Master Yuan. Shirtian nodded. Shall we spar? Master Yuan smiled. It's a good plan. If you can kill me, then the danger your race is facing will be undone. It just happens that it's exactly what I want too. If I kill you, killing the rest of the people here will be absolutely easy. Shirtian said. Then bring it. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and the scene around Master Yuan instantly changed. A boundless starry sky. At this moment, they were within a boundless starry sky. Master Yuan glanced at the surroundings and smiled. You're quite capable. He tapped his finger forward once he finished speaking. Hiss. The space in front of Shirtian cracked open abruptly, and it grew larger at an increasing rate. In the blink of an eye, the space around Shirtian had completely cracked open. An invisible force was mincing the space around Shirtian. However, Master Yuan frowned because Shirtian had suddenly appeared 300 m behind him. At the same time, a huge fist slammed down at the back of his head. Everywhere it passed, space cracked open, inch by inch. It was an extremely shocking sight. Master Yuan didn't turn around and just clenched his right fist. Bang! A strand of black energy swept out from his back, and it enveloped his fist. As soon as their attacks collided, space in a huge area exploded apart. Shirtian took a step forward, and then he slammed his fist at Master Yuan. Earthbreaker. Boom. A powerful wave of energy swept forward. Hiss, 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 hiss. The space before Shirtian collapsed inch by inch, and a powerful wave of energy swept toward Master Yuan like a storm. It was so strong that Master Yuan's bones started to make cracking noises. Master Yuan was about to attack when Shirtian suddenly took a step forward and slammed a punch at Master Yuan. Heaven shatter. Boom. A wave of powerful energy rippled forth from his fist, and it was extremely swift. It took just an instant to arrive before Master Yuan and collide with Master Yuan's attack. At this moment, Master Yuan's expression changed drastically. Bang! A strand of black energy instantly swept out of Master Yuan and exploded apart. The force of it instantly blasted Master Yuan away. As soon as he stopped himself, Shirtian took a step forward and tapped a finger at Master Yuan from afar. Nirvana? Hiss. The space around Master Yuan suddenly started burning. An unknown flame was burning Master Yuan and the space around him. In just an instant, Master Yuan's body turned ethereal, as if it was about to be obliterated. At this moment, Master Yuan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He didn't dare to act carelessly and twisted his right hand. Hiss, 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 hiss. Strands of black energy rippled forth like venomous snakes. In an instant, countless strands of black energy filled the battlefield. At the same time, the space here seemed like it had been struck by lightning and was trembling incessantly. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then the space in a huge area collapsed. A boundless black hole appeared in the starry sky. The starlight in the surroundings had been completely eradicated, and the surroundings had turned deathly silent. However, Master Yuan and Shirtian were still alive, but they weren't in a good condition. At this moment, Master Yuan's body was slightly ethereal, and his countenance was extremely pale. Shirtian's body was covered in cracks instead. Both of them had been injured from the collision. A long time passed before the space here returned to normal. Master Yuan glanced at Shirtian and said, "As expected of a patriarch, your strength is formidable. Unfortunately, it's far insufficient to face my undying race." He twisted his right foot against the space below him. Hiss! The space below him cracked open, and he vanished. Shirtian frowned slightly while viciousness flashed through his eyes, and he raised both his hands. In an instant, the space around him shook like an earthquake was running through it. Meanwhile, a fist which carried boundless black energy arrived above him. If it struck him, his head would explode into bits. Destroy! Meanwhile, Shirtian clenched his fist and slammed it upward. Bang! Bang! Their attacks exploded apart, and Master Yuan was pushed backward. At the same time, Shirtian stomped his right foot down and shot up into the air. Master Yuan's expression changed slightly. His death energy circulated madly within him before surging out incessantly and converging on his fist. A moment later, he slammed his fist forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying black energy surged out from his fist, and Shirtian was forced to a stop. A moment of silence ensued, and then Master Yuan slammed his fist forward again. Bang! Endless black energy rippled forward and slammed Shirtian down. Meanwhile, Master Yuan didn't stop, and he slammed his right fist at Shirtian again. 3 punches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless strands of black energy surged down at Shirtion, and every one of them could obliterate a world. Meanwhile, a vicious glow flashed through Shirtion's eyes, and he stretched out his right hand and clenched it. Crack! The surrounding space, which had just repaired itself, cracked open once more. At the same time, a ray of dazzling golden light erupted from Shirtion's palm, and it transformed into a beam of golden light that shot up into the air and slammed against the boundless black energy. Rumble! Numerous loud explosions resounded incessantly. Meanwhile, in the sky above the god realm, the experts of the god race were in confrontation with the undying cavalry. Ding Xiaoyao stood at the front of the group, and there were only 20 people behind her. 10 of them wore white robes, and the other 10 wore black holes. Dugu Juetian looked up at the distant starry sky and said, "Looks like your patriarch is a little stronger than I expected." Ding Xiaoyao shot a glance upward and spoke softly, "I'm really curious. The undying race has been killing everywhere it goes. When will you ever stop?" "That's none of your business." Dugu Juetian replied indifferently, "You should worry about your god race's fate." Ding Xiaoyao replied softly, "It's just death at most. There's nothing to worry about." "I see you've accepted your fate." Dugu Juetian smiled. "Once we're done here, just Yang Yi and Void Spirit Continent will be left. Once we get rid of him, my undying race's work in this large universe will be complete." Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly, but she remained silent. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from the battlefield in the distance, and then the starry sky there dimmed down. An instant later, 2 figures descended to the sky above the god realm. They were Master Yuan and Shirtion. Who won? At this moment, everyone from the god race was worried. If Shirtion lose, then the undying race would be able to annihilate them with ease. If Shirtion won, then the god race would still have a chance. Based on their outward appearances, both of them seemed completely unharmed, and only their countenances were slightly pale. It was impossible to discern who had been victorious. Shirtion glanced at Master Yuan's group and grinned. "The undying race will probably have to pay a small price to annihilate my god race today. Not to mention anyone else, just I alone am able to kill at least half of these undying cavalry, right?" Master Yuan frowned slightly. If it was a while ago, he wouldn't believe that Shirtion possessed such strength. Yet now, he had to. Shirtion was stronger than him, had been at a disadvantage in their fight. The undying race wanted to annihilate the god race, but the precondition was that losses were kept to a minimum. Suddenly, Shirtion said, "Why don't we make a deal?" Master Yuan gazed at Shirtion, and the latter smiled. "My god race is already at a very weakened state, and we only have around 100,000 left. That much of death energy doesn't make much of a difference to your undying race. So, how about you give us a path out of this? In exchange, my god race and I will help you annihilate Yang Yi. In that way, your undying race would have paid a very, very small price for your success. What do you think?" Ding Xiaoyao's pupils constricted when she heard this, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ding Xiaoyao wasn't the only one. Master Yuan and the others were stunned too. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2243. Mysterious Expert. Help the Undying Race? The surroundings fell silent. Both the God Race and the Undying Race hadn't expected Shirtion to propose such a deal. Meanwhile, Shirtion added, "My God Race has just around 100,000 people, and such an amount is nothing before the billions throughout the large universe. If you insist on annihilating us, then we have 27 sages, and they are the divine generals of my God Race. Besides that, we have the spirit of our ancestor and me, Shirtion. I guarantee that you'll lose at least half of the undying cavalry you've brought here today." A smile curled up on his face at this point, and he continued, "Even without those divine generals and the spirit of our ancestor, just I alone can kill half your army." Master Yuan fell silent. Shirtion added, "At that time, even if you annihilate my God Race, Void Spirit Continent would still exist. I'm sure you've witnessed Yang Ye's strength and talent. If he joins forces with Nanjing, and the universe sprite helps him too, I'm certain that even your life would be at risk, let alone this army of yours. I'm sure you're aware that I'm not exaggerating. Master Yuan looked Shi Tian in the eyes. Yang Yi can't stop my undying race. Shi Tian smiled. I know, but he's absolutely capable of making the undying race pay a certain price, right? Yang Yi. The scene of Yang Yi taking his arm flashed within Master Yuan's mind. That young man who was only a sage. Meanwhile, Shi Tian pointed at the members of the god race. See that? My god race only has around 100,000. No, even less than that remaining. As far as we are concerned, all that matters is that our god race doesn't go extinct. As for your undying race, just around 100,000 people from my god race are no threat to your undying race, and killing all of us won't make a huge difference either. So long as you're willing to spare us, I'm willing to help you. With our help, it wouldn't be difficult to eliminate Void Spirit Continent, wouldn't it? Master Yuan and Dugu Juetian exchanged glances, and then they fell silent for a long time. In the end, Master Yuan glanced at the God Realm. Just as Shi Tian had said, there weren't even 100,000 in the God Realm. 100,000. The undying race killed more than that every day. Meanwhile, Shi Tian suddenly said, You don't have the authority to make that decision? Master Yuan glanced at Shi Tian and said, I'm considering it. Shi Tian smiled. If I'm not wrong, the undying race's true objective isn't my god race or Void Spirit Continent. Because based on the current circumstances, you've already conquered the entire large universe. Your true objective is to leave this large universe, and you want to eliminate all life here before you do that. Right. Master Yuan pondered deeply for a long time and said, I agree to your proposal. Shi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. I want to know if you're authorized to make this decision. Master Yuan glanced at Shi Tian. Don't worry. I have the authority to decide whether to kill or spare a mere 100,000. Of course, the precondition is that you don't act against my undying race. But I think you don't have the courage to do that. Shi Tian asked, What if Yang Yi makes a compromise too? Him? Master Yuan laughed coldly. We gave him many chances, but he refused them all. He's openly resisting my undying race, so he must die to protect my undying race's prestige. Shi Tian spoke solemnly. When will you be attacking? Or perhaps now? Master Yuan shook his head slightly. Not now. Shi Tian was puzzled. Why? Master Yuan glanced at him. Allow me to be honest. My undying race came for your god race first because Void Spirit Continent isn't that easy to annihilate. Even if our current forces can annihilate them, I'm afraid only a few of us will survive. Shi Tian asked, What if you include my god race? It still isn't enough. Master Yuan continued, According to our knowledge, Yang Yi has the backing of a mysterious expert. That person is extremely strong, so our higher-ups have given the order to leave Yang Yi alone for now. The mysterious expert. Shi Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The god race knew a little about that too, but they didn't know who it was either. But it won't be long now. Meanwhile, Master Yuan added, Just stay here. We'll notify you when we're attacking Void Spirit Continent. Shi Tian said, I have a suggestion. Master Yuan gazed at him. What? Shi Tian spoke indifferently. Void Spirit Continent is led by Yang Yi. If we can kill him in an instant, then their forces will collapse. If we can't kill him, he'll give your race a huge amount of trouble. Master Yuan nodded slightly. They'll notify you when the time comes. I hope you'll put on an act with us. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky with the undying race's army. The sky above the god realm gradually returned to normal. Countless people heaved sighs of relief in the city down below. Meanwhile, there was a trace of sorrow in Ding Xiaoyou's eyes. The once mighty god race had no choice but to beg for survival before the undying race, and the god race didn't feel insulted by that. How arrogant was the god race all those years ago? They had almost been annihilated by all the other races and the four paths, yet they didn't choose to surrender. They had fought to the death. Yet now, the god race didn't just lack the strength it once possessed, it lacked the pride and dignity it once had. She restrained her thoughts and walked over to Shi Tian. The undying race will turn on us at a moment's notice. Shirtian glanced at Ding Xiaoyao and replied, "Our forces are insignificant to them. Moreover, their objective isn't our god race or Yang Yi. They are looking far, far away. So, we have a very good chance to survive this danger." Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "What if they go back on their word?" Shirtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and betting they don't, Ding Xiaoyao sighed in her heart. Because Shirtian was placing the god race's fate in the undying race's hands. Meanwhile, Shirtian added, "I know what you're thinking, but we have no other choice. The undying race is too strong. Even if we join forces with Yang Yi, it's impossible for us to resist them. Resisting them will only lead to our annihilation. No matter what, I can't allow the god race to be annihilated in my hands." Ding Xiaoyao fell silent. Meanwhile, Shirtian suddenly said, "I have something for Zhir and you." Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him, and he spoke softly, "Besides my own kin, I don't believe anyone else. I will never entrust the hopes of our entire race on someone else." He slowly closed his eyes once he finished speaking. At a certain point in space above the god realm, a black shadow left without making a sound. A long time passed before the black shadow arrived in the sky above Void Spirit Continent, and it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi had immediately rushed over when he heard the undying race was attacking the god race. It wasn't that he really wanted to help them, he just wanted to see if he could find a chance to kill Master Yuan during the battle. However, he hadn't expected this to be the outcome. The god race and undying race had suddenly stopped fighting, and they actually formed an agreement to kill him first. It was such a farce. Yang Yi had never imagined that it would turn out like this, and he hadn't imagined that Shirtian would do that. No matter what, he was in huge trouble now. Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Hall. Yang Yi summoned Elder Yuan and Yang Lianshuang there. Elder Yuan gazed at him. "Are you serious?" He nodded. "I watched it happen myself. It's absolutely true." Elder Yuan asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "We can't even deal with the undying race, and now we have to face the god race too. To be honest, I don't have a very good idea. However, I have a bad one, and it's to annihilate the god race first." "Annihilate the god race first." Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "That's exactly what the undying race wants. It'll be the perfect opportunity for them to reap the rewards." Meanwhile, Elder Yuan suddenly asked, "Can you contact that expert who's protecting you?" That expert who is protecting Yang Yi. When Void Spirit Continent was in danger, the mysterious expert from beyond the Door of Light had been stopped, and that person was clearly helping Yang Yi. Moreover, that person was extremely strong. Elder Yuan still had hope in his heart because of that person. That mysterious expert? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "To be honest, I don't even know who it is." He was telling the truth. While he knew someone was helping him, he didn't know who it was. He didn't know at all, nor could he think of anyone. Amongst the people he knew, the unfettered one possessed such strength, but the unfettered one had no reason to help him. Moreover, the unfettered one wasn't someone who liked to hide. He always made his presence known. Elder Yuan frowned. Then who could it be? Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically, and then a strand of slaughter intent swept out from Yang Yi. However, it was suddenly suppressed back into him. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy pressed down upon them and rendered them immobile. Even Yang Yi couldn't move at all. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he was about to summon the Samadhi flame, but a hand suddenly pressed down on his head. "I guarantee that I can crush your head before that flame can come outside." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the voice continued, "They'll give you one final chance. Submit to my undying race, and I'll spare you. They'll even give you command of our army. If you refuse, they'll obliterate you in an instant. No one can save you now, not even that mysterious sword cultivator. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2244, Above the Progenitor Realm. Chapter 2244, Above the Progenitor Realm. A peerless expert. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly while he summoned the demon's pawn and in Nanjing within him, but he received no reply. At this moment, Yang Yes' heart sank to rock bottom. The person behind him was far beyond his strength. To submit or not to submit? Yang Yi didn't even consider that question. The sword domain suddenly appeared here, and then two types of intents swept out of Yang Yes' body. At the same time, a ball of flames appeared. The Samadhi flame. Fight to the death. Surrender? That wasn't Yang Yes' style. If he got to live because someone else allowed it, it was better to just die. Suddenly, the hand above his head moved to his shoulder, and then his intents vanished in an instant. As for the Samadhi flame, it was held between two fingers. Yang Yi was astounded when he sensed this. While it wasn't the Samadhi flame's main body, it was still extremely strong. Yet now, it had been stopped just like that? While Yang Yi was shocked in his heart, the hand released him, and the Samadhi flame returned within him. At the same time, the mysterious energy pressing down upon him vanished. Yang Yes' body returned to normal. Yang Yi turned around, and he was stunned. It was no expert of the undying race who stood behind him. It was an extremely familiar face. Tianxiu. It was Tianxiu who was standing behind him. Yang Yi gazed at her with astonishment. You? Tianxiu spoke softly. Are you that surprised? Yang Yi nodded. Tianxiu, how did you, she asked, become so strong? Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. She spoke softly. It's a long story. We'll tell you in the future. Come with me. She started walking out of the hall. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. Once they arrived outside the hall, everything returned to normal. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Elder Yuan with shock. What was that? Elder Yuan shook his head slightly. It's fine. It was probably that person. Otherwise, we would be dead. That person is strong. Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. I didn't expect such an expert to exist in our large universe. Elder Yuan nodded. Neither did I. However, who is it? Elder Yuan frowned when he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi left the hall with Tianxiu and arrived before an expanse of tombs in the city. Yang Yi had been here once. The experts of the Void Spirit race were buried here. Out of respect for them, had ordered that no one be allowed to enter this place. The people in the city naturally didn't dare to disobey him, so this place was extremely quiet. Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, Tianxiu, where have you been lately? She spoke softly. I want to see someone and ask for something. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, You seem a little different. She grinned. It's nothing. Right, you've been to the Undying Race's territory? Yang Yi nodded. She asked, What do you think? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. The Undying Race is very strong and beyond anything the large universe can resist. Meanwhile, she suddenly turned to look at him. Then why didn't you surrender? If you did, then based on your talent and strength, they probably wouldn't kill you. You're a rare genius to them. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, It's easy to bend down, but it's difficult to stand back up again. If I surrender, they will spare me, and so I would be part of the Undying Race. Then if the Undying Race encounters a race far stronger than it, and they say that they will spare me if I surrender. Yang Yi shook his head. There's a saying, it's better to go hungry than eat from the plate of another. I think that if you're going to live, you should live your life with dignity. Perhaps I can live if I join the Undying Race, but I'll have to do as they say from then on and do things I do not want to do. If you make it sound nice, it's very helpful. But if you be frank, it's being their dog. I must kill who they want. So, what's the point of living a life like that? It's better to just die. The best example were those 5 progenitors. They'd rather be dogs for the Undying Race just to live. That wasn't something Yang Yi was willing to accept. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I didn't misjudge you. She looked up at the sky and continued, If those 5 progenitors had such a mentality as yours, it wouldn't be difficult for them to progress a step further in their life. Unfortunately, they take the future too seriously. Yang Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? Tianxiu spoke softly. They care too much about their das. It isn't wrong because it's their life's work. However, it's bad to care too much. It's like holding sand in your grasp. The tighter you squeeze, the faster they escape. It's the same for the Grand Tao. The reason the Tao progenitor and Confucianist progenitor were stronger than the others is mainly because they didn't attach that much importance to their grand Tao. They attached more importance to their own principles. Actually, it's no different than staying true to their hearts. Unfortunately, the grand Tao still had an extremely important position in their hearts, and they weren't able to fully open their hearts. Otherwise, they would have taken that step a long time ago. Yang Yi asked, "The grand Tao and the heart conflict with each other?" Tianxiu shook her head slightly. "No. As far as you're concerned, they don't. Your grand Tao is your heart. But it's not like that for some people. Their grand Tao is eternal life, and they are willing to betray their own hearts for that. Yet they do not realize that they grow farther and farther away from that grand Tao." She paused for a moment and continued, "Your father wasn't bad." Yang Yi gazed at her. "Huh?" Tianxiu spoke softly. "Your father could actually go further. Unfortunately, he didn't want to anymore. It's quite ironic, really. The one who could didn't want it, but those who couldn't were doing all they could. But they never realized that they were going in the wrong way." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The rare quality you possess is that you stay true to your heart. Your heart is yourself, and it's your true self. There are too many external factors in our lives, and the more we experience, the more difficult it is to stay true to our hearts. Once we lose our hearts, we lose ourselves. At that time, you won't be the same person anymore." She walked over to Yang Yi and wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but she noticed that she was too short. So, she slowly floated up until she was half a head taller than Yang Yi. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she patted him on the shoulder. "Above the progenitor realm is true, the true Tao realm. The true Tao realm is a realm where progenitor realm experts see through the fog and recognize their true selves, their true hearts, and their true grand Tao. Your father was actually halfway into the true Tao realm. Unfortunately, he didn't choose to finish the other half. Do you know why?" Yang Yi shook his head. Tianxiu explained softly, "Because there were people more important to him than the grand Tao." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Tianxiu, I have a question. Since he didn't take that final step because of the people who were more important to him, wasn't he staying true to his heart and himself? Since that's the case, why didn't he take that final step?" She gazed at him. "He desired death." Yang Yi's figure stiffened. Tianxiu spoke softly. "By not taking that final step for the woman he loved, he was staying true to his heart. So, he was extremely strong. While not at the true Tao realm, his strength was no inferior to a true Tao realm expert. If your mother was still alive, that final step would be as easy as eating food for him. However, your mother passed away, so the grand Tao was meaningless to him." Tianxiu nodded slightly at this point. "Your father was a true man. He just gave up the grand Tao which was right within reach, and it's truly a rare quality. I think that's the reason why that person respects your father. With his strength, he could have killed your father, but he didn't." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. "Are you talking about the unfettered one?" She nodded. "I've met your father and him." Yang Yi asked, "What level is he at?" Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi and grinned. "Do you know what his grand Tao is?" Yang Yi shook his head. She spoke softly. "His Tao is strength." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Strength?" Tianxiu said, "Strength. He will ceaselessly overcome himself to grow stronger, and he can abandon everything for that goal. His heart only houses strength in it. Even his sword Tao is just a tool for him to grow stronger." Yang Yi asked, "Even if he becomes invincible, what's the point of that?" "You're mistaken." Tianxiu continued, "He doesn't want to be invincible. He wants to advance beyond his current self. It's an obsession and a state of mind. He wouldn't be so terrifying if he just wanted to be invincible, and it's exactly this mentality that does not seek invincibility that makes him so strong. In your heart, your loved ones are the most important, but in his heart, the sword Tao is the most important. You can abandon the sword Tao for your loved ones, and he can abandon his loved ones for his sword Tao. Strictly speaking, there's no difference between the two of you." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Then why am I so weak while he is so strong?" Tianxiu shook her head slightly. "You're wrong." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" Tianxiu spoke softly. "He may not be stronger than you at your age. You're just looking for trouble by comparing yourself with him right now. You must realize that you're not from the same generation. Once you're at his age, those who come later will think you're invincible too. Yang Yi smiled. That makes me feel much better. Tianxiu placed her hands behind her back and walked slowly toward the distance. Come with me. I don't have much time left. Let me give you some guidance while we still have time. Chapter 22:45 This sword domain is trash. Chapter 22:45 This sword domain is trash. You don't have much time? Yang Yi obstructed her path. Tianxiu, what do you mean? Tianxiu glanced at Yang Yi and said, It's nothing. Yang Yi wanted to say more, but she shook her head. We don't have much time. Come with me. Tianxiu vanished into the distance. Yang Yi frowned slightly. His intuition told him that something was about to happen, but Tianxiu was unwilling to tell him about it. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he shook his head and followed her. Yang Yi followed her past the cemetery. At the end of it was a plain, and it was boundless. Tianxiu stopped after walking for a while, and then she tapped her right foot down. Hiss! The plain before them suddenly cracked open, and then a stone stairway appeared below them. She didn't say anything and just walked down. Yang Yi followed her. There was another world under the ground. In the underground world was a huge square, and this boundless square was made of unknown limestone. The void spirit race's martial grounds. Meanwhile, Tianxiu spoke softly. This was where the experts of the void spirit race used to cultivate. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked, Tianxiu, you're from the void spirit race, right? Her figure trembled slightly, and she fell silent for a short while before she nodded. I knew it. Yang Yi spoke softly. Actually, had guessed that a long time ago, but he didn't dare to confirm it without asking him. Now, it seemed like she was the last surviving member of the void spirit race. Tianxiu walked a little bit further, and there was a cushion there. The meditation cushion was covered in dust. Yang Yi didn't interrupt her. A short while passed before she spoke softly. In the past, there were many here. Some cultivated martial arts while others meditated. Just like that, generation after generation passed, until everything changed one day. She closed her eyes slowly. A short while later, she turned around. Where's Snowy? Swish. A ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before her. A rare smile appeared on her face as she gazed at Snowy, and then she rubbed Snowy's head. It's been a long time. Snowy naturally liked Tianxiu, so she floated over to Tianxiu's shoulder and patted Tianxiu's head lightly. Tianxiu's smile widened from that. She glanced at the surroundings and said, I need some spirit energy to activate the formations here. Snowy waved her claw, and countless strands of spirit energy converged here. Tianxiu tapped her finger forward, and the spirit energy entered the ground below. After, the entire ground trembled, and then a thin barrier of light appeared here. Tianxiu said, Tell a Nanjing to come outside. Yang Yi nodded and asked a Nanjing to leave the primordial pagoda. Tianxiu glanced at them and said, Both of you have a flaw, and it's in your control of your own strength. She raised her right hand slowly and pressed it down at them. In an instant, they felt like the world was pressing down upon them, and it was so powerful they felt suffocated. She had the power to obliterate the world with just a raise of the hand. Tianxiu withdrew her hand and said, See? My energy fell fully onto both of you, and it didn't affect the surrounding space at all. Actually, space is like an invisible barrier. Our energy passes through it before arriving on someone else, and space endures a portion of it. If space shatters, it represents that space endured most of your energy. Yang Yi and a Nanjing exchanged glances, and Tianxiu continued. It's a technique, a small technique, but it isn't ordinary. The only way to use it well is to possess an extremely good grasp of space and a very good grasp of your own strength. As they say, good steel is used on the blade. The steel is your energy, and if it isn't used on the enemy, a lot of it would be wasted. Meanwhile, a Nanjing slammed a punch at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly did the same. Bang! Everywhere Yang Yi's punch passed, space cracked open. But when his fist came into contact with a Nanjing's fist, his expression changed drastically, and then he was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing with astonishment. What? Nanjing glanced at her fist and remained silent. Meanwhile, Tianxiu gazed at Nanjing, as expected of this generation's martial god. Your natural talent is rare indeed. Nanjing glanced at Tianxiu and said, We actually grasped this in the past, but we didn't take it seriously. Yang Yi nodded. Actually, he had grasped this technique in the past, but just as Nanjing said, he hadn't taken it seriously and studied it further. Tianxiu spoke softly. If you don't use this technique, perhaps only 90% of your energy hits your enemy, but that 10% is actually the key. It's like stabbing your sword into your opponent's arm. That may just take your opponent's arm, but if you stab your opponent's throat, it'll be your opponent's life that you take. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, just like what happened just now. Nanjing's strength wasn't stronger than yours, but all 100% of her strength struck you, and only around 80% of yours struck her. So, you were pushed back. Just that is enough to push you into a hopeless situation. Simply speaking, it's the little things. A true expert pays attention to the little things, but both of you overlooked it. Yang Yi nodded. I understand now. Tianxiu spoke softly. Both of you have your own das and your own paths. I can only teach you some small techniques and experience. Of course, they are extremely useful to the both of you. At the very least, it'll help you avoid taking many wrong turns. And Nanjing cupped her fist to Tianxiu. Please give us your guidance. Tianxiu nodded. Attack? Yang Yi was about to speak when Nanjing turned around and punched him. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think. All he could do was swing his fist against hers. Bang! As soon as they collided, they were pushed 300 m back. And Nanjing was about to attack again when Tianxiu suddenly said, I asked you to attack me. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. And Nanjing had a rare blush on her face. But it didn't take long for it to vanish, and then she gazed at Tianxiu. A moment later, Elysium appeared in her grasp, and then she flashed over to Tianxiu before slamming Elysium at her. However, Elysium was stopped by Tianxiu's palm. It couldn't move even an inch forward, and Nanjing frowned at the sight of this. Tianxiu flicked it. Bang! And Nanjing and Elysium were blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi's expression became extremely solemn from the sight of this. Tianxiu's strength was a little too terrifying, and Nanjing's eyes were filled with a solemn expression too. Suddenly, Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi, and then she waved her hand. Bang! Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he swung his sword with both hands. However, his sword hadn't even been able to descend before it was blasted away by the terrifying force of the attack. Tianxiu walked slowly in Yang Yi and in Nanjing's direction. I'm trying to tell you that there are too many geniuses in this world. I was one of them too. Natural talent is something you can never use as a source of confidence or pride. Both of you still have a long way ahead, so you should look further ahead. During this time, both of you must always stay humble. Don't treat yourselves as geniuses. Just like the truly rich always say they are very poor, and those with power never say that they do have power. She paused for a moment and continued. Both of you have your own pride and confidence deep in your bones, and that isn't wrong. But you must think lesser of yourselves. The lesser you think of yourselves, the further you can go. In the outside world, many teachers would tell their students how extraordinary they were, and that they should be confident. Confidence wasn't a bad thing. However, it was different for Yang Yi and in Nanjing. They looked down upon everyone in the same realm of cultivation as them. It could be considered as confidence if one wanted to describe it nicely, but if one were to be frank, it was conceit. Conceit. It was like a cup of water. If it was full, it couldn't accommodate more water. Tianxiu was emptying out the glass. Yang Yi and in Nanjing fell silent. Conceit? They asked themselves if they were conceited. The answer was yes. They had to admit that besides each other, they felt that no one in the younger generation of the large universe could be a match for them. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued. How far someone can go in the path of cultivation depends on that person's heart. You must always stay true to your heart because if your heart goes off course, so will your path. It's like how many people with bad intentions in the world of mortals take paths of evil. She walked over to Yang Yi and continued. after so much theory, let's try a little practical teaching. Come, use your sword domain. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't give it any thought and released it. Meanwhile, Tianxiu waved her right hand. Bang! Yang Yi's sword domain shattered and was obliterated while his countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. At the same time, Tianxiu shook her head. This sword domain is trash. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 22, 46 The Sword Domain. Chapter 22, 46 The Sword Domain. It was a blow to his confidence. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was the biggest blow to his confidence in his entire lifetime. The sword domain, once his strongest trump card, yet it was so weak before her. Even in Nanjing clenched her fists slowly. She'd suffer a blow to her confidence too. Both Yang Yi and her felt that if they joined forces, then they could fight anyone in this world. Yet now, the cruel truth before them was telling them that they were too weak. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or in Nanjing, it was the first time they felt that they were so weak. Meanwhile, Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Is this your sword domain?" Yang Yi nodded. She asked, "Do you know what the sword domain is?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't." She gazed at him for a long time and sighed softly. "Both of you can't be blamed for this. While I possessed extraordinary natural talent once, I had the guidance of the experts in my race. I was able to avoid many wrong paths, but both of you have taken many of them." Even Yang Yi felt quite aggrieved when he heard this. Who had ever taught him all along the way? Even if some had, they weren't true experts. Yet when he finally met his father, who was a supreme expert, his father just allowed him to grow on his own. Truly on his own. Besides helping him deal with those experts he couldn't deal with at all, his father made him deal with everything else. That was his father's attitude toward him. Actually, there were advantages and disadvantages for that. The advantage was Yang Yi's mentality and character would be extraordinary, and no difficulty could take him down, because had experienced too many situations like that. But the disadvantage was that had taken many wrong paths, and everything, including his sword Dao, were things he had to explore and discover himself. However, in overall, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. How could a raised tiger be compared to one that grew up in the wild? Meanwhile, Tianxiu said, "The domain is actually like transforming an area into a cage." Yang Yi listened quietly. He knew that this may be a chance for him to change the sad fate he had in the past. And Nanjing listened carefully too. Tianxiu raised her hands. "This world is a universe. Let me give you an example. The universe was created by destiny. Since it could create the universe, why can't we?" So, many people started to try and study that. In the end, the domain was formed. However, many domains only looked like it yet weren't very useful. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Like my sword domain?" Tianxiu nodded. "Your sword domain is really useless. A true domain is a small universe, and its creator of the domain stands above that universe. As for why your domain is so useless, the real reason is that your domain isn't independent of our universe. It's still within our universe. So, it's a fake domain. When someone's strength is sufficient to shake this universe, your domain would be of no threat to them. They can even shake the real universe, let alone your fake domain, right?" Yang Yi spoke softly. "Then what should I do?" Tianxiu fell silent for a long time and said, "A true domain is something I've never seen either. As for myself, I've never researched it. As far as I'm concerned, I can destroy quite a bit of this real universe. Of course, it doesn't represent that domains are weak. A true domain is a universe of its own, and it possesses absolute strength. It's like if the destiny in our example really exists, do you think that you have a chance when fighting it in the universe it created?" Yang Yi spoke bitterly. "So, my sword domain is absolutely useless?" "Not at all," she replied softly. "Actually, it's the way you used it that's the problem. Since that's the case, you can use a different method." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "How?" She replied, "Release it again." Yang Yi nodded and released the sword domain. In an instant, a wave of invisible energy appeared here. Everything in a huge area was within it. Meanwhile, Tianxiu said, "Shrink it." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" she said. Shrink its radius. Yang Yi thought for a moment and started. It didn't take long for it to only cover an area of around 30 kilometers. Tianxiu spoke emotionlessly. Continue? Yang Yi had no choice but to continue. In the beginning, it went very smoothly, but as it grew smaller, Yang Yi noticed that it started to become strenuous. This strain wasn't limited to his body, and it included his spirit and soul. Tianxiu spoke once more. Continue. Yang Yi nodded and continued. Just like that, around 10 more minutes passed, and Yang Yi's sword domain had grown even smaller. However, huge beads of sweat had started to appear on his forehead. It had been slightly strenuous earlier, but now it was very strenuous. Tianxiu said, Continue. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he continued. Just like that, another 15 minutes passed. Now, it only covered an area of 3 kilometers, and Yang Yi's countenance had turned extremely pale. Tianxiu's voice became slightly louder. It's not enough. Continue. Huff. Yang Yi took a deep breath and continued. His face gradually turned from white to red. At the same time, his body started to tighten as if it was being pulled apart by something. His sword domain only covered an area of 300 m now. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. Is it enough now? Continue. She glanced coldly at him. Don't stop until I tell you. Yang Yi said bitterly. I feel like I'm at my limit. She replied indifferently. Don't worry. Even if your body collapses and your soul disperses, I can use the primordial pagoda to save you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. In the end, he continued under her cold gaze. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to shrink it down to just around 30 m, a sword domain that only covered 30 m. At this moment, Nanjing frowned, because she noticed that the space around her was slightly different now. She couldn't put a finger on the exact difference, and it was just a very strange feeling. Tianxiu looked Yang Yi in the eyes and spoke in an icy cold voice. Continue. Yang Yi said bitterly, Tianxiu, I'm at my limit. At this moment, Head even bit open his lips, and his mind was completely dizzy. He was at the limits of his mind's endurance. Tianxiu turned around. If that's the case, then get someone else to teach you how to develop your sword domain. Tianxiu started to walk away once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Fine, I'll continue. He howled with fury and continued. At this moment, Yang Yi's entire face was warped. Pain. Yang Yi had never imagined that shrinking the sword domain would be so painful. It was pain that made him recall the first time Elder Imo used fire to temper him. At that time, had experienced such unbearable pain as well. It was pain that made him feel like dying. Tianxiu gazed indifferently at him. Just like that, Yang Yi's sword domain continued to shrink. Now, it covered an area of around 3 m, just around 3 m, and Nanjing was outside the sword domain now, and her brows were pressed tightly together. She sensed that there was a clear difference between the space they were in, and it felt like they were in two different worlds. Continue. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi without any emotion in her eyes. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and continued. At this moment, his body started to crack open, and blood was surging out incessantly from him. Suddenly, Snowy appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she immediately started crying when she saw him. She gazed at Tianxiu, and the icy coldness in Tianxiu's eyes instantly vanished. She took Snowy in her arms and spoke softly. Which expert in this world hasn't suffered to get to the peak? If he can't even endure this suffering, then he will have no future. Snowy didn't understand all of that, of course. All she knew was that Yang Yi was in great pain. She wanted to fly over to Yang Yi, but Tianxiu stopped her. Tianxiu wiped off Snowy's tears. Don't worry, little fellow. I won't harm him. She looked up at Yang Yi while she spoke. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword domain had been shrunk to the limit. It was merely below his feet now. Or to be more precise, it only covered the space around Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Tianxiu walked over to Yang Yi and tapped his chest. Bang! A strand of energy rippled out from Yang Yi's chest. In an instant, Tianxiu and Snowy were pushed backward repeatedly. After being pushed around 30 m back, Tianxiu tapped her right foot against the ground and waved her right hand. The energy before her instantly vanished, and Nanjing was stunned. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly. This should be it. And Nanjing walked over to Tianxiu and asked, What do you mean? She gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's eyes were closed tight, and his fists were clenched tight too. His body had cracked open, and blood was flowing incessantly from him. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and there was interest in her eyes. Perhaps this isn't a true domain, but this path is the right one. If he continues on this path, he'll definitely be able to create his own domain. And Nanjing was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! In an instant, the endless underground martial grounds were instantly obliterated. It had turned pitch black. However, the space around Yang Yi still existed, and it was the only area where space was still intact. Chapter 22:47 Burning Fury. Chapter 22:47 Burning Fury. At this moment, it was like Yang Yi was outside of this universe. Suddenly, Tianxiu walked over to him and tapped his chest again. Hiss. Yang Yi was fine, but her fingers strangely turned quite ethereal. Tianxiu withdrew her finger and nodded slightly. It's quite interesting indeed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and the surroundings returned to normal. However, Yang Yi crashed to the ground. He was overexhausted. His entire body had been overexhausted from shrinking his sword domain. His limits. His true limits. In Yang Yi's body, the primordial pagoda started working on its own, and it wanted to heal Yang Yi. But Tianxiu suddenly tapped her finger at Yang Yi from afar, and the primordial pagoda was frozen on the spot. Tianxiu spoke indifferently. This extreme exhaustion is beneficial to him. Let him experience it for some time. The primordial pagoda knew that Tianxiu had no ill intent, so it shook slightly and didn't release any primordial violet energy. Tianxiu lowered her hand and gazed at Nanjing. The latter gazed at her too. Tianxiu spoke softly. Let's talk about you. Nanjing, please provide me with guidance. Come with me. Tianxiu turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. Nanjing hesitated for a moment and followed her. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at Yang Yi, who was still lying on the ground. Tianxiu grinned. He'll be fine. Snowy was still quite worried. Tianxiu smiled. Fine. We'll do as you want. She waved her hand lightly, and a strand of energy instantly enveloped Yang Yi. After that, the energy carried Yang Yi to follow behind them. Tianxiu led in Nanjing and Snowy to a damaged hall. It was surrounded by ruins and weeds. Some weeds were even over 3 m tall, and it was a scene of absolute desolation. Tianxiu gazed silently at the hall for a long time. As if she noticed what Tianxiu was feeling, Snowy rubbed Tianxiu's shoulder gently. Tianxiu restrained her thoughts, grinned, and waved her right hand lightly. In an instant, the weeds around the hall vanished without a trace. Tianxiu walked into the hall with Snowy in her arms, and Nanjing followed them. In the hall, on the wall right at the end of the hall was a painting of a woman, and she wore a green dress. There was a strange weapon in her grasp. Netherworld destiny. She was the Void Spirit Maiden. Tianxiu spoke softly. Your natural talent is extraordinary and absolutely rare, but you're unable to focus. And Nanjing was puzzled. What? Tianxiu looked Nanjing in the eyes. In your heart, Yang Yi is most important, or is the martial Dao most important? And Nanjing didn't answer her directly. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, Am I or the sword Dao more important to him? Snowy pointed at Nanjing with a firm expression in her eyes. Besides Zir, Snowy knew Yang Yi best. And Nanjing grinned slightly. If he doesn't let me down, how can I? Tianxiu said, You are at the peak of the Sage Realm, and you are at the limits of your martial Dao. However, your heart is bound by emotion. If you forget him, you'll truly attain the progenitor realm, and your strength and martial Dao will undergo a tremendous change. Nanjing shook her head. Then I wouldn't be me. Tianxiu suddenly started smiling. Tianxiu grinned. In my entire life, very few are able to make me think highly of them. Even if it's the most dazzling geniuses of my void spirit race, they are inferior to you and Yang Yi. Do you know why? Nanjing gazed at her. Tianxiu pointed at her own chest. Your heart. Cultivation is actually cultivation of the heart. The greater the heart, the stronger the conviction, and the stronger a person would be. Many people are able to stay true to their hearts in the beginning, but they gradually get lost. It's like a man who was able to get along with and love his wife when he was poor, but once he rises up in the world to gain power and wealth, what he couldn't get before would be within reach now. So, his desires and heart will change. She shook her head slightly at this point. Once the heart changes, the man will seek women who are even more beautiful, and it may even go to the extent of seeking even more beautiful women. A Nanjing spoke solemnly. That's human nature. Tianxiu smiled. You're right. Greed and selfishness is human nature. But both of you have still been able to stay true to your hearts until now, and strength does not blind you. It's something I really admire. I'm not just being talkative here. All of this is more important than directly increasing your strength. An increase in strength is only temporary, but an increase in the mental state is for a lifetime. And Nanjing hesitated for a moment and said, Are you preparing for your own death? The feeling in Nanjing had toward this was growing stronger and stronger. Tianxiu grinned. That's quite direct of you. Actually, it isn't wrong. I really don't have much time left, or I should say that we all don't have much time left. There are two things in this world that I care about. One is revenge, and the other. She glanced at Yang Yi and Snowy. The other is all of you. A sincere heart. He likes what he likes, cares for what he cares about, and would rather fight the world for his loved ones. I like a young man like that. Pure and kind, selfless and good, and sincere. I like a sprite like that too. So, I hope both of you will live well. Obviously, she was talking about Yang Yi and Snowy. Snowy grinned, and then she rubbed her head against Tianxiu's head. Tianxiu grinned. She walked over to the painting at the end of the hall, and she gazed at it for a long time before she shook her head slightly and waved her right hand. Hiss. The wall split apart to reveal a passageway. Tianxiu waved her right hand. Hiss. A red ray of light shot out from deep within the passageway. It was like an erupting volcano, and a powerful aura pushed in Nanjing backward incessantly. Shock filled in Nanjing's eyes. Bang! Meanwhile, Tianxiu grabbed the red ray of light, and it dispersed to reveal a spear. It was just around 3 m long, with a blade like autumn frost, an edge like the scorching sun, and a dragon and phoenix carved around it. It was completely crimson red like flowing lava, and a crimson red pearl was inlaid in its handle. Atop the pearl was a strand of black energy that coiled around it. And Nanjing gazed at Tianxiu. What's that? Tianxiu grinned. Burning fury. Burning fury? There was a strange glow in Nanjing's eyes. Tianxiu gazed at her while holding the spear. There were 5 sacred artifacts and 5 demonic artifacts before my void spirit race. They mostly fell into the hands of the initial race. Let's ignore them for now. After the initial race, my void spirit race used the resources of our entire race to forge 2 divine weapons. The first is Netherworld Destiny, and the second is Burning Fury. Do you know how this treasure was formed? And Nanjing shook her head. Tianxiu gazed at the spear and spoke softly. My void spirit race extracted the lava in countless planets, converged the treasures of our entire race, and tempered it with ancient lava fire. Let me explain it like this. If the ancient lava fire was ranked amongst the flames throughout that era, it would be ranked at the top. If it's ranked in the entire history of the large universe, then perhaps it's merely inferior to the Samadhi flame within Yang Yi. She gazed at the spear and continued. What we didn't expect was the ancient lava fire to merge into one with this spear. However, it allowed the spear to undergo a transformation too. Its strength isn't any weaker to some of the 5 demonic artifacts. Of course, it can't compare to the top 2 amongst the 5 demonic artifacts. She passed the spear to Nanjing. And Nanjing gazed at Tianxiu and asked, Is it for me? Tianxiu grinned. Then am I supposed to give it to Yang Yi? He doesn't use a spear. And Nanjing fell silent for a moment, and then she took the spear in her hand. However, as soon as she did that, her hand started to burn. But Nanjing just frowned slightly and didn't let go. She just held on to it like that. She held on while refusing to let go. Tianxiu nodded slightly when she witnessed this. and there was a wisp of approval in her eyes. If you let go just now, then you would have no chance of getting it. Tianxiu tapped Burning Fury lightly. It shook violently, and then the flames around it were gradually extinguished. Tianxiu gazed at it and said, "She won't bring shame to you, so go with her and stop playing those tricks. Otherwise, they'll seal you in here forever." Her voice was slightly icy cold. Obviously, Burning Fury had been given some guidance in the past. Actually, Nanjing didn't know how extraordinary it had been when it was just forged. It was insufferably arrogant in the void spirit race, and it even dared to challenge Tianxiu's authority. So, it was taught a lesson, and it was sealed throughout the years until now. Throughout these countless years, Burning Fury had been absolutely furious, but it couldn't show its fury now. It couldn't do that at all when facing Tianxiu. It was absolutely horrified of her. No one knew how that lesson it received had gone. Tianxiu had almost obliterated its intelligence. Meanwhile, Tianxiu gazed at Nanjing. "It's a little wild and unyielding. However, I believe in you. Use it well, and it will become a strong source of support." She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and was about to speak, but Tianxiu suddenly looked up. Her gaze shot through space and arrived at the door of light in the endless black holes. A foot had stepped out of there. Tianxiu frowned slightly at the sight of this, and then a wisp of icy coldness flashed through her eyes. "Get back inside." As soon as she said that, a ray of dark light shot out from her forehead. At this moment, the world fell deathly silent. Chapter 2248. I've been there. At the door of light in the endless black holes, Tianxiu's ray of dark light had just arrived before the door when a hand stretched out and tapped against it. Bang! The dark light exploded apart, and the person within the door of light was blasted back inside. The door of light returned to normal. A long time passed before a voice came from within. "I wasn't sure before this, but now I am. So you really are targeting my undying race." In the hall on Void Spirit Continent, Tianxiu had indifference on her face as she waved her hand. Hiss! A ray of dark light pierced through layers of space and arrived before the door of light and slammed against it. Boom! The door of light shook violently and gradually turned ethereal. Suddenly, a strand of black energy seeped out from the door and enveloped it. An instant later, the door of light vanished completely. "Just you wait." The voice resounded and quickly vanished. In the hall on Void Spirit Continent, Tianxiu withdrew her gaze and spoke indifferently. "They are coming soon." Yang Yi asked, "The undying race?" She nodded. "The undying cavalry may be strong, but they aren't a huge threat. The undying race's true experts will be coming next. At that time, the large universe will truly be finished." Yang Yi asked, "They were trying to come here just now?" Tianxiu nodded slightly. Yang Yi glanced at her and spoke softly, "You can stop them from coming here." She gazed at him and smiled. "It's just temporary. You still need time, so I'll help you get that." Yang Yi fell silent. Tianxiu was much stronger than had imagined. She truly possessed unfathomable strength. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued, "Let's talk about your sword domain. I found you a new path, so just follow it in the future. The domain is a new world, but your strength isn't sufficient to create a new world in this universe. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can't do so in the future. However, it's absolutely impossible for you now. Under such circumstances, you can start from yourself." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Myself?" Tianxiu nodded. "You can use yourself as the foundation to become a domain yourself. Simply speaking, allow yourself to gain independence from this universe. Once your domain has shrunk around you, you are independent from this universe. At the same time, the condensation of your energy gives you extremely formidable strength." Yang Yi asked, "Independence from this universe? What does that do?" Tianxiu smiled. "Think of it like this. The world is a circle, and when you shrink your sword domain around you, you've stepped out of that circle and are not restricted by its laws. For example, if this world collapses, you won't die. Besides that, if you attack someone within that circle, it will have extraordinary effects. Because your domain transcends the laws of this world. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Tianxiu, I have a question before I try it. Why must I shrink it to myself to obtain such an effect? She replied softly, it's linked to your strength. The goal is to separate yourself from this universe, and you can barely accomplish that. However, separating a portion of this universe's space as well as beyond your current ability. If you can casually separate the space of this universe into your sword domain one day, then there will be practically no one within this universe who's a match for you. After all, how can anyone win in a battle against someone who's in their own territory? Yang Yi spoke softly, then it'll be invincible? Invincible? She chuckled and shook her head. You wish? Yang Yi gazed at her. Huh? She spoke softly. It doesn't exist. No one can be truly invincible. As far as I'm concerned, it's a mental state, an aura. Try using your domain now. Let me teach you while we still have time. Yang Yi nodded and started shrinking it again. This time, it was easier than the last. However, it still wasn't easy. It didn't take long for his face to turn ghastly pale. A short while later, it had shrunk down to his body. At this moment, the space Yang Yi was in and the space both Tianxiu and Nanjing were in was different. However, Yang Yi felt terrible. How did it feel? He felt like something was pressing down on him and wanted to smash him apart. Strength. It was the strength of the sword domain after it was condensed to this state. All of it had been shrunk to the small area around him, so it was obvious how terrifying it was. Meanwhile, Tianxiu gazed at Nanjing. Attack him. Use everything you've got. Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and then she stabbed burning fury at Yang Yi. Hiss. Sparks flashed on the tip of the spear, and then they erupted like a volcano. An extremely terrifying wave of energy enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Tianxiu's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Use your sword. Yang Yi opened his eyes and a sword appeared in his grasp, and then he swung it forward. A strange scene appeared. Hiss. As soon as Yang Yi's sword descended, a ray of sword energy passed through the energy from a Nanjing spear and instantly arrived before her. Her expression changed drastically, and she didn't have time to counterattack because she hadn't expected this. She immediately issued a command in her heart, and the shield the god race gave her appeared in front of her. However, the sword energy passed through the shield and slammed against her. Bang! A Nanjing was blasted out of the hall, and her figure was still being pushed back while blood surged out incessantly from her mouth. Suddenly, Tianxiu appeared behind a Nanjing, and then she tapped a Nanjing's back lightly. In an instant, a Nanjing's figure stopped while the energy from Yang Yi's sword energy vanished. Once she stood still, a Nanjing wiped off the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then looked up at Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was on the ground. A Nanjing gazed at Tianxiu. Tianxiu replied softly, he still can't endure and control the strength of it. He's suffering from backlash. A Nanjing fell silent for a short moment and said, why did that attack? Tianxiu smiled. Are you very shocked? And Nanjing nodded. Tianxiu spoke softly. That's why domains are so terrifying. It ignores the rules of this world, completely ignores it. So, its energy struck completely on you. And Nanjing asked, is it impossible to defend again? Of course not. Tianxiu gazed at her right hand and clenched it slowly. His strength ignores all laws of this world, but at my level, my strength can do that too. However, we don't ignore it. We forcefully destroy all laws. It's an essential difference. But your current strength is incapable of doing that, so I helped you deal with it. And Nanjing fell silent. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued. When he can separate a world of another's into his own domain, he will be a peerless expert. Now, he's just a little strong. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped forward, and a black scroll appeared before Nanjing. And Nanjing was puzzled. What's this? Tianxiu replied, my void spirit race's inheritance, all of it. There is knowledge in the martial Tao and various other Taos in there, and there even is knowledge about the control and mastery of various energies. Everything you can dream of is in there. Besides that, I've included my own annotations, and I've done so for the good and the bad. If you can absorb it all, then based on your natural talent, you'll become one of the strongest experts in this world within 10 years. She closed her eyes slowly at this point. I only have one request. When you do pass it on to someone else, just tell that person it's the inheritance of the void spirit race. And Nanjing gazed at Tianxiu. You. Tianxiu shook her head slightly. I want some time alone. Take care of him and train with him once he wakes up. You don't have much time either, so don't waste it. Especially him. Ask him to get used to shrinking his sword domain. Only then will he have the ability to fight back when he encounters an expert like me. As for you, you must learn everything without that scroll as soon as possible. Remember that while you can learn everything in that scroll, you must only use them and not chance your own core martial Tao. Otherwise, you'll take a mistaken path of treading on another's path. She walked slowly out of the hall once she finished speaking, and Nanjing held the scroll in silence. Her heart felt quite heavy. Tianxiu left the hall and walked toward the city. When she passed a corner, an old man stood not too far away from her and bowed slightly to her. The old man was Elder Yuan, and there was a woman by his side, young Lianshuang. Elder Yuan bowed respectfully to Tianxiu. Senior, please provide me with your guidance. He knew that it was his only chance, and he naturally didn't want to let it slip by. So, head come. Tianxiu glanced at him and pondered deeply for a moment. There are 9 levels in the heavens, 9 branches in the ground too, and 108 constellations that form the heaven Tao. One of them escaped to become a variable, and that's why the heaven Tao always has a variable. Your grand Tao is the prediction Tao, so you must be cautious. Do not try to predict everything because the heaven Tao always has a variable. I see. Elder Yuan mumbled softly, and then he took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to her. I will never forget this kindness. Tianxiu spoke indifferently. He's fierce and acts willfully, so it's easy for others to scheme against him. Do you understand what I mean? Elder Yuan replied, I do. Tianxiu nodded slightly and started walking off. However, she suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps, and she gazed at young Lianshuang. I've been to your hometown. Young Lianshuang's figure stiffened on the spot, and she gazed at Tianxiu with astonishment while being at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2249, Progenitor in an Instant. A long time passed before young Lianshuang recovered from her shock, and Tianxiu had gone far away. Young Lianshuang hurriedly chased up to her, hesitated for a moment, and said, Have you really been there? Tianxiu nodded. I once traveled through a myriad of universes, and I discovered that place by chance. It's a special place. Young Lianshuang gulped and asked, How did you get there? Even though I'm so strong now, I can't find it, nor do I know how to find it. That's normal. Tianxiu spoke softly. I noticed a concealment formation around it, and even I was almost deceived by it. However, it's because of that formation that I decided to explore it. Young Lianshuang spoke in a trembling voice. Can I go there? Tianxiu stopped and gazed at her. You want to return there? Young Lianshuang nodded. It's where I was born. Tianxiu replied. That place can't endure your strength. If you go there, the slightest mistake may destroy that place. Young Lianshuang hurriedly said, I can restrain my strength. Tianxiu explained, the laws of the heaven Tao. It's too weak there, and your strength far surpasses it. So it's like a teacup can't hold the tea in an entire pot. So, unless you seal your own strength and energy, so that it can't escape at all, then maybe ITLL be possible. Young Lianshuang was excited. Of course I do that. But how do I find the way back there? Tianxiu pondered deeply for a moment and said, Your strength isn't sufficient to see through that formation. If you can't do that, you can't get inside even if you arrive in that galaxy. She paused for a moment and continued, If you really want to go back, you can ask for Yang Ye's help. His sword domain can reveal everything. Even if that fails, he still has the Bodhi tree. Ask him to go with me? Yang Lianshuang shook her head. No, absolutely not. He can't go there. That fellow's temper is horrible, and the culture there is completely different. He may do something crazy once he gets there. No, I absolutely won't let him go there. That place has no place for someone like him. Her hometown wasn't a place that people could just do as they pleased like they did here. There were laws there. However, if Yang Yi went there, would he abide by those laws? Hope that Yang Yi would? If someone tried to find fault with Yang Yi would definitely take that fellow's head. She could imagine the scene of blood flowing like fountains. Tianxiu seemed to have thought of something, and she grinned. Right? You can ask him to just send you there. Yang Lianshuang spoke softly. That's true. Meanwhile, Tianxiu tapped Yang Lianshuang's forehead. This is the route I took. If you want to go back there, just follow it to that galaxy. She turned around and walked off once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, What do you think of my home? Tianxiu's figure stopped for a moment and said, Tell them to stop exploring. The outside world is very dangerous, and they'll bring death upon themselves if they continue. She vanished once she finished speaking. Yang Lianshuang was at a loss for words. After she left Yang Lianshuang, she went to the cemetery. It was a ghastly place, but Tianxiu had a gentle expression on her face. As she just gazed at it, she gradually closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears slowly flowed down the corners of her eyes. In the hall, a long time passed before Yang Yi's eyes opened slowly, and they were still blood red. And Nanjing wasn't too far away from him. She was seated cross-legged on the ground while looking at a black scroll. Snowy was on Yang Yi's chest, and she was snoring there. Huff. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Meanwhile, and Nanjing's hands shook, and then she looked over in his direction. She walked over slowly to him. You're awake? Yang Yi nodded. I feel quite terrible, she said. She said you shouldn't use your primordial violet energy because such pain is beneficial to you. Tianxiu. Yang Yi looked at the surroundings. Where is she? And Nanjing replied softly. She said she needs some time to herself. Yang Yi nodded slightly and sat down. Meanwhile, Snowy opened her eyes. She cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi awake, and then gave his chin a long kiss. Yang Yi smiled and rubbed her head. Let's start cultivating. Meanwhile, and Nanjing suddenly said, She said you must master your sword domain as soon as possible. Master it. Yang Yi had a serious expression on his face. After she started teaching him, Yang Yi realized how weak he was when compared to the supreme experts of this world. He was nothing before them. Cultivate. Yang Yi and Nanjing started cultivating like they'd gone mad. Yang Yi cultivated in the sword domain and kept shrinking it over and over again. He had to get used to that pain, and only then could he use the sword domain in battle. Otherwise, how would he even fight if he fell unconscious from just using it once? As for Nanjing, she clearly had been affected by Tianxiu and had started to cultivate madly behind closed doors. As for the matters on Void Spirit Continent, Elder Yuan and Yang Lianshuang were there to deal with it. While Yang Lianshuang missed her old home, based on the current circumstances, she clearly couldn't head back. Even if she could, she wouldn't. While they weren't linked by blood, Yang Yi was still a friend to her, a very close friend. Just like that, time trickled by. A month later, Yang Lianshuang suddenly walked into the hall and said something, and then Yang Yi opened his eyes and vanished from the hall. Deep within the endless black holes, there was a huge altar somewhere in there, and corpses floated all around it. Those corpses just floated around there in an extremely shocking ocean of corpses. There were 4 people on the huge altar. They were Xiao Siyo, the weapon progenitor, demon progenitor, and evil progenitor. Besides that, there was a huge circle of light in front of them, and endless death energy converged into the circle of light from the surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiao Siyo suddenly stopped, and the others gazed at her. Xiao Siyo glanced at the surroundings and spoke via voice transmission. I don't think we can rely on the undying race. So what? The weapon progenitor spoke indifferently. There are only 2 forces in the large universe now, Yang Yi and the undying race. If we don't stay with the undying race, then are we supposed to go with Yang Yi? Yang Yi is determined to kill all of us, and do you think he can even resist the undying race? Xiao Siyo shook her head slightly. Yang Yi cannot be relied on, but neither can the undying race. As far as I'm concerned, The day we finish gathering death energy for them will be the day we die." The others fell silent. Suddenly, the demon progenitor asked, "Do you have any ideas?" A smile curled up on her face. "If we want to live, we must make Yangyi and the undying race fight each other. Only then can we truly escape the undying race's control, and that can only happen if they fight until both sides suffer terrible losses." The weapon progenitor shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid the undying race will make us attack Yangyi before that can even happen. In that way, it will be the undying race who reaps the final reward." Xiao Xiao grinned. "Your worries are warranted, but you've overlooked something: death energy." Huh. All of them gazed at her. She stood up slowly. "The undying race is definitely gathering all this death energy for a reason. Based on my inference, they may be using it to heal an expert of the undying race. Tell me, what would Yangyi do if he received news of this?" The weapon progenitor replied, "He may try to stop it." Xiao Xiao grinned. "He will definitely come. If he doesn't reduce the undying race's strength now, he may not have a second chance. So, he won't miss this opportunity. I've already snuck a message to the people by his side, and he may come here soon. At that time, the undying race will definitely come forward, and that will be our chance." The weapon progenitor asked, "To flee?" Xiao Xiao nodded. "After being in contact with the undying race throughout this time, I've gotten a stronger feeling that they won't let us live. As they say, those not from the same race always have ill intent. If you were experts of the undying race, would you keep experts who aren't from your race? You definitely wouldn't. They haven't acted against us yet because they still want to use us. Once they've finished using us, or once they've dealt with Yangyi, they will target us. At that time, we will have no chance. Thus, we must leave before that happens." The evil progenitor nodded slightly. "It's a good plan. Even if he can't defeat the undying race, that mysterious expert behind him will definitely be able to pose a threat to the undying race. At that time, the undying race will have no time to pay attention to us." Xiao Xiao grinned and was about to speak when she suddenly looked toward the distance. "He's here." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword energy appeared far away at the borders of their vision. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before them, and then it dispersed to reveal Yang Ye's figure. Right when Yang Yi arrived here, the space behind Xiao Xiao and the others trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out from there. It was Master Yuan. Besides that, Dugu Juetyin and a few hundred undying cavalry were behind him. Master Yuan glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. "I won't let you touch the death energy here." Yang Yi started walking in Master Yuan's direction. "What if I insist?" Master Yuan clenched his right fist. "Why don't you try?" The eye shell. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but grin when she witnessed this, but her expression changed drastically just a moment later. It was because Yang Ye's attack wasn't aimed at Master Yuan, it was aimed at her. She was Yang Ye's target. Xiao Xiao's reaction was extremely swift. She immediately raised her hand, and then a wave of terrifying energy instantly rippled out from within her. Suddenly, Yang Yi closed his eyes. An instant later, his countenance turned ghastly pale while a wisp of blood instantly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain. A moment later, Yang Ye's sword descended. It descended without making a sound or causing any fluctuations. However, everyone here was stunned. Yang Ye's attack just ignored Xiao Xiao's energy and descended from above her. Her eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. "I am possible. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2250 Just I Am Enough. Chapter 2250 Just I Am Enough. Yang Yi stood before Xiao Xiao with his sword in hand, and blood was dripping from its blade. The surroundings were deathly silent. Xiao Xiao stared at Yang Yi while the vitality within her was dispersing rapidly. It wasn't just her vitality, spirit energy was surging out from her too. She was dead. A progenitor was dead. Xiao Xiyo raised her right hand slowly and pointed a finger at Yang Yi. What was that? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The sword domain. The sword domain. Xiao Xiyo seemed like she'd lost her soul as she muttered those words, and then the color within her eyes vanished. A short while later, everyone watched as her body suddenly cracked open. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi at this point. Fear. At this moment, all the three other progenitors had undisguised fear in their eyes, deep fear. Even Master Yuan's eyes were filled with solemnness. Even he was terrified by Yang Yi's attack. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at Master Yuan, and the latter's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his fists. However, Yang Yi didn't attack. He glanced at the weapon progenitors group and said, I suddenly received information that the Undying race is gathering death energy here to heal an expert of theirs, and I was told to come stop it. Right? I don't know who sent this message to me. He glanced at the weapon progenitors group again, and then continued, I think that all of you didn't betray the Undying race, right? Haha. Yang Yi turned around and started walking away. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor suddenly gazed at Master Yuan. That attack of his clearly surpassed his own strength, so he's definitely suffering from backlash right now. You'll definitely be able to kill him if you attack now. Yang Yi stopped and nodded. Yes, try me. As soon as he finished speaking, he started waving his right hand about, and rays of sword energy rippled out. Master Yuan glanced at Yang Yi, pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at the weapon progenitor. You're right. So, they'll leave him to the three of you. Kill him. He was no fool. He naturally knew what the three of them were planning. The weapon progenitor's face fell when he heard this. He fell silent for an instant, and then he turned around and vanished into the depths of the endless black holes. As for the devil progenitor and evil progenitor, they vanished as well. They'd fled. They were very well aware that regardless of what happened to Yang Yi, the Undying race wouldn't let them go. So, they decisively chose to escape. Yang Yi shrugged, and then he walked off into the distance. However, he seemed to have thought of something after taking just a few steps, and he waved his right hand. Xiao Xi's corpse was instantly transported into the primordial pagoda. Dugu Jueyin wanted to say something, but Master Yuan shook his head slightly. Just like that, the Undying cavalry watched as Yang Yi vanished into the distance. Dugu Jueyin asked, Why? Master Yuan shook his head slightly. He is suffering from backlash, but do you really think we can kill him? Dugu Jueyin was puzzled. Why not? Master Yuan didn't say anything, but a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Dugu Jueyin gazed at Master Yuan with astonishment. Master Yuan, you? Master Yuan wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, while an unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on his face. That person standing behind him is really strong. Of course he wanted to kill Yang Yi. Or it should be said that he wanted to kill the weapon progenitor and the others as well. But he couldn't. An expert had attacked him earlier, and that person's strength was far beyond him. At a point in the endless black holes, a young girl glanced coldly at the altar's direction and left. Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Continent and entered the hall. As soon as he did that, he sat down there. Backlash. The sword domain. Had trained in it for over a month, and he had achieved quite a bit. Moreover, the backlash still existed. The main reason was his cultivation and strength. They weren't able to endure the strength of the sword domain once it had been shrunk down. The sword domain was so strong that even he couldn't endure it. However, it was much better now. At the very least, the pain wouldn't make him lose consciousness anymore. He hadn't trained for nothing. You were a little impulsive. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared by his side and spoke softly. Yang Yi shook his head. I didn't seek revenge from them in the past because I didn't possess sufficient strength, and I would just be giving my life away if I went after them. Yet now, I have the strength to kill progenitors. If I still don't go now, wouldn't my dead brothers have died for nothing? And Nanjing fell silent. Revenge. Yang Yi would never forget that. Qing Chuan and the others had died in battle for him, and it was pain that would never leave his heart. But the culprits of it all, the 5 progenitors, still weren't all dead. So, it definitely didn't sit well with Yang Yi. Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda and brought Xiao Si's corpse over to the tomb's head created for Qin Xuan and the others. He sat on the ground and gazed at them as he said, "3 more. None of them will escape." A long time passed before Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. In Void Spirit Hall, Yang Yi spoke softly, "Elder Yuan." It didn't take long for Elder Yuan to arrive before him. Yang Yi said, "Help me locate the other 3 progenitors. Use everything that we can use." Elder Yuan glanced at him and said, "Just I am enough. Give me a little time." He turned around and left. The God Realm. In the God Hall, Shirtian gazed at the young man before him. Yang Yi really killed a progenitor with a single attack? The young man nodded, without a doubt. Shirtian closed his eyes slowly. That kid is truly monstrous. Head killed a progenitor with a single attack. Regardless of what the price Yang Yi had paid to accomplish that, it was sufficient to instill fear in anyone. Even he couldn't kill a progenitor with a single attack. Simply speaking, besides those few peerless experts of the large universe, no one could stop Yang Yi anymore. A long time passed before Shirtian said, "What about those 3 progenitors?" "They fled." The young man spoke solemnly. "There's no trace of them left." "How foolish." Shirtian spoke indifferently. If they just stayed with the undying race, it would be difficult for Yang Yi to kill them. After all, the undying race wouldn't just let Yang Yi kill them. However, they first chose to form irreconcilable enmity with Yang Yi. Then they betrayed the undying race. Now, Yang Yi isn't the only one who wishes to kill them. The undying race probably won't let them live either. "They're dead." The young man said, "They probably never expected Yang Yi to be that strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have betrayed the undying race." Shirtian nodded slightly, and then he closed his eyes slowly. "Have the strategist and the others done as I told?" The young man spoke solemnly. "We have some ideas, but I'm afraid we won't be able to move many." Shirtian closed his eyes slowly. "Just around 100 is enough?" The young man asked. "Isn't that too little?" Shirtian shook his head. "It's too much. Our plans will fail if it draws attention. You can leave now. Watch the undying race and void spirit continent's movements at all times." The young man bowed respectfully to Shirtian and left. The hall fell silent once more. Void Spirit Continent in Void Spirit Hall. With the help of his primordial violet energy, Yang Yi's injuries were almost completely healed. Once that was done, he immediately started cultivating madly again. Unfortunately, he couldn't cultivate in the primordial pagoda, because he couldn't endure the sword domain strength in there. What surprised Yang Yi was in Nanjing instead. She was changing every single day. He didn't know how to describe the changes, but in any case, he felt that she was very different every single day. According to his inference, it was probably because of the scroll Tian Xiao had given her, the inheritance of the Void Spirit race. The entire Void Spirit race. It was undoubtedly a huge fortuitous encounter for a Nanjing. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Elder Yuan walked into the hall, and Yang Yi opened his eyes. Elder Yuan spoke softly. "I found the weapon progenitor." Yang Yi asked, "Where?" Elder Yuan spoke solemnly. "Where the weapon dimension used to be." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "Wasn't it destroyed?" Elder Yuan nodded. "I'm puzzled by it too. However, according to my deductions, he should be there." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "We'll go have a look. They'll leave the affairs here to you." Elder Yuan asked, "Do you want me to come with you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It's just 3 progenitors. I alone am enough." Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and so did in Nanjing. The weapon dimension. At this moment, it wasn't the same weapon dimension that it had been. Only some ruined walls remained in space. An old man was seated cross-legged there, and he was the weapon progenitor. The weapon progenitor gazed at all of this in silence. A long time passed before a ray of light flashed over, and then a young man appeared not too far away from the weapon progenitor. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand and was about to attack, but the weapon progenitor suddenly said, "I've been waiting for you." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Waiting for me?" The weapon progenitor nodded, and then he stood up slowly. "I've prepared a big gift for you." As soon as he finished speaking, two people appeared behind Yang Yi. It was the evil progenitor and devil progenitor. At the same time, a huge barrier of light appeared around them, and flying swords circled incessantly within it. Yang Yi laughed coldly. "You're using a sword formation against me?" Chapter 22:51 Dead. Chapter 22:51 Dead. A formation. Numerous swords were flickering through the surroundings, and every one of them had locked onto Yang Yi. The weapon progenitor gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, we don't want to fight you to the death. Your real enemy is the undying race. So long as you guarantee not to look for trouble with us, we will leave immediately." Unless they had no other choice, they didn't want to fight Yang Yi to the death. They were really not confident in their chances. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "Now you want to talk about that? Why didn't you do that earlier? All of you were so determined to kill me then." The weapon progenitor closed his eyes slowly. "Yang Yi, it's pointless to talk about that now. If you insist on killing us, then you may just benefit the undying race in the end." Yang Yi shook his head. "As far as I'm concerned, my priority is to take your lives." Yang Yi waved his sword once he finished speaking. Hiss. A ray of sword energy shot toward the weapon progenitor. The weapon progenitor tapped his finger forward, and an ethereal sword shot forward and stabbed against Yang Yi's sword energy. Hiss. Yang Yi's sword energy was suddenly sliced into two, and the weapon progenitor's ethereal sword shot straight toward Yang Yi. However, it stopped just half an inch away from Yang Yi's chest because Yang Yi had grabbed it. Yang Yi squeezed down a little. Bang! The sword exploded apart. Yang Yi gazed at the weapon progenitor. "I almost forgot. You're half a sword cultivator too." He glanced at the swords flying through the surroundings. "This formation uses the sword at its core. I presume you set this up?" The weapon progenitor nodded slightly. "I did." He raised his right hand slowly, and then the swords in the surroundings started trembling before they shot down at Yang Yi. Every one of them carried a sharp aura of slaughter. Yang Yi laughed coldly and waved his right hand. A sword shot forward. A sword howl surged up into the air, and at that exact same instant, the rays of light in the surroundings stopped. The sword supreme. Yang Yi's sword was the sword supreme. The sword that was supreme to all swords. The weapon progenitor's face fell at the sight of this. Had actually forgotten that Yang Yi had the sword supreme, so all swords would bow to it. Unless his sword Dao surpassed Yang Yi, then he would ignore the sword supreme's influence. However, his sword Dao didn't surpass Yang Yi. Suppression in both the sword Dao and the sword. Shatter. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded. Bang! The rays of light in the surroundings exploded apart and were obliterated. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the sword supreme returned to him. After that, he tapped his right foot down and appeared before the weapon progenitor, and then he slammed his sword down. No marks were left behind in space as it descended. Presently, he could fully control his strength, and it wouldn't leak out at all. The weapon progenitor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he twisted his right hand. In an instant, a fist-sized symbol flashed on his palm, and then a wave of terrifying energy surged out from it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the weapon progenitor was blasted away. Yang Yi hadn't used the sword domain at all. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the evil progenitor spoke abruptly. "Do you really plan to fight us to the death and let the undying race benefit?" "Fight you to the death?" A ferocious smile appeared on the corners of his lips. "Can you even do that?" Yang Yi raised his hand and swung his sword. Bang! The evil progenitor was blasted away. Suppression. Presently, even if he didn't use the sword domain, he could still suppress progenitors. This was his true strength, and using the sword domain was like overexhausting himself. Even though it was still part of his strength, it wasn't a normal part of it attacked together. Suddenly, the weapon progenitor shouted. The three progenitors charged at Yang Yi. "Ganging up on me?" Yang Yi waved his sword, and then a Nanjing appeared by his side. She gazed at the evil progenitor, and then she transformed into a string of afterimages that charged at him. "They'll help you with the other one." Meanwhile, roaring laughter resounded, and then the demon's pawn appeared by Yang Yi's side. It glanced at him and smiled. I've gained quite a bit from you, so I have to do something. It turned around and gazed at the devil progenitor, and then it slapped its paw at the devil progenitor. The latter's expression changed drastically. Yang Yi and Nanjing and the demon's pawn. The devil progenitor didn't hesitate to flee toward the distance. He was extremely swift and instantly vanished into space. You think you can flee? The demon's pawn laughed fiercely, and then it tore through space and vanished on the spot. Only Yang Yi and the weapon progenitor remained here. The weapon progenitor glanced at evil progenitor who was being pushed back by a Nanjing, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. According to my knowledge, your father is in the Undying Race's Tomb of Gods. The experts of all the other races the Undying Race conquered in the past are being kept there. You have to go there if you wish to rescue your father. That's none of your business. Yang Yi leaped forward and arrived before the weapon progenitor. A ferocious smile appeared on the latter's face. An instant later, the weapon progenitor's stomach suddenly started expanding, and then a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within him. Self-detonation. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the weapon progenitor choose to detonate himself. Yang Yi felt extremely threatened by the might of the explosion, but he couldn't avoid it. He couldn't pull his sword back, nor could he stop the attack. Ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and his sword shot down. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away before his sword could even descend fully. His figure flew extremely far away, and the space in a huge area around him had been obliterated. As for Yang Yi himself, he was in quite a sorry state. There was an inch of him that was completely unharmed, and blood was ceaselessly flowing from all 7 of his apertures. Besides that, there was a huge hole in his chest. It was so huge that his internal organs could be seen clearly. If the primordial violet energy within him wasn't ceaselessly healing him, he would probably be dead. A heavy injury. He was really heavily injured. Meanwhile, the evil progenitor and a Nanjing had been affected too, and they were very far away too. However, and Nanjing was clearly in a much better state because Shed retreated in time and hadn't been impacted that much. Yang Yi was undoubtedly the most unfortunate. The evil progenitor wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Yi's heavily injured figure. He was about to attack when a strand of flames appeared before him, and then a spear slammed down at his head. The evil progenitor's expression changed slightly, and he slapped both his palms upward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and he was blasted away. At the instant that happened, a Nanjing shot forward at him. Suppression. The evil progenitor had been constantly suppressed since he started fighting in Nanjing, and he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Yang Yi ignored in Nanjing and the evil progenitor. He just sat down cross-legged and used the primordial violet energy to heal himself. Around 10 minutes later, a shrill cry resounded, and then Yang Yi looked toward its source. A spear had stabbed into the evil progenitor's chest, and red glow ceaselessly burned the evil progenitor's body. It only took a short while for him to be completely incinerated. Another progenitor had fallen. Suddenly, the space before Yang Yi trembled, and then the demon's pawn appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "Is that even possible?" The demon's pawn pointed at his own stomach. "He's in my stomach." Needless to say, this progenitor is much tastier than an ordinary person. If I had a few more, then coupled with your primordial violet energy and the Bodhi tree, it would take me just a few years to rise a level higher. Yang Yi said, "The Undying Race should have some. You can try there." The demon's pawn's face stiffened, and then it glared at Yang Yi. "You're trying to trick me into fighting them to the death again? I won't fall for it." It instantly entered the primordial pagoda once it finished speaking. Yang Yi shook his head. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression gradually eased up. All 5 of them are dead. Now, only the Undying Race is left. The Undying Race. Meanwhile, and Nanjing said, "The weapon progenitor said that your father is in the Tomb of Gods in the Undying Race's territory." What did he mean? Yang Yi laughed coldly. "He just wants me to fight the Undying Race to the death. Actually, he didn't even have to do that because the enmity between us will come to an end very soon." Yang Yi stood up and said, "Let's go." Both of them vanished on the spot. The undying race. Hundreds of undying cavalry stood silently before the undead tower. On their right was around 30 mysterious figures in black robes, and all of them carried a bow on their backs. The bows were pure white. If one looked carefully, one would notice they were made of human bones, and the bowstring was pitch black and made of souls. Bones for the bow, souls for the bowstring. On the right of this group of 30 were 10 experts in black armor. They had a saber hanging by their waist. The saber was extremely long, and while it was hanging by their waist, its tip could touch the ground. All 10 of them were looking ahead while remaining motionless like statues. In front of them, and right below the undead tower, were 3 middle-aged men. They were the 3 wise men of the undying race. The area was deathly silent. A long time passed before the door of the tower opened. At the same time, all of them took a knee and spoke in unison, "Lord Xiaolu." Chapter 2252 The Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. Chapter 2252 The Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. A foot stepped through the door of the undead tower. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared before them. The middle-aged man had hair that hung down to his shoulders, exquisite features, and a small black on his forehead. The black dot was spinning incessantly like a vortex. Based on his outward appearance alone, there was nothing special about him. The middle-aged man's eyes were closed slightly and remained silent. He was the undying race's Lord Xiaolu, and his status was only inferior to their patriarch. The experts of the undying race before him were still on one knee and kept their heads lowered. A long time passed before the middle-aged man opened his eyes. His eyes were black and green respectively, unlike the other experts of the undying race. All the others had 2 pitch-black eyes, but he had a green one. Meanwhile, Lord Xiaolu spoke softly, "Rise." The experts before him stood up. They had extremely respectful expressions on their faces, and it was sincere respect felt from deep within their hearts. Xiaolu suddenly asked, "How is the progress in the large universe?" Master Yuan immediately cupped his fists and said, "Only the God race and void spirit continent are left. The survivors of the other races in the large universe are on void spirit continent. As for the God race, I made the decision to make a deal with their patriarch. They will help us deal with void spirit continent's Yangyi, and we want to annihilate them. After all, they only have a population of around 100,000, so it isn't very useful to our undying race." Xiaolu shook his head slightly. "You're wrong." Master Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly dropped to one knee. Meanwhile, Xiaolu waved his right hand, and a strand of energy helped Master Yuan up. Xiaolu glanced at everyone here and said, "Stop kneeling for everything from now on, and kneeling isn't necessary before our patriarch either. In my undying race, while there is a difference in rank, there is no need to use kneeling to display that. It's a meaningless display." All of them hesitated for a moment and spoke in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Xiaolu walked slowly toward the distance. "When I said you're wrong, I didn't mean your decision to spare them was wrong. It's your way of thinking. Why would my undying race need the help of others to kill Yang Yi? No matter when it is, we must all understand that our undying race can only rely on ourselves." Master Yuan said, "I understand." Xiaolu said, "The strong never entrust their hopes to others. You must have such a mental state." He paused for a moment and continued, "When the universe collapsed, our undying race could survive because of our ancestors' sacrifice. We can only rely on ourselves. We will remember that." All of them spoke respectfully in unison. Xiaolu nodded slightly and said, "Yang Yi is a genius. Unfortunately, he isn't from our race." Master Yuan spoke solemnly, "Shall we attack Void Spirit Continent now?" "There's no rush to do that." Xiaolu spoke softly, "Take me to the youth camp. Please come with me." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He was Master Tian of the 3 wise men, and he was the leader of the 3 wise men. Master Tian led Xiaolu out of the city, and furious howls resounded incessantly deep within a mouth outside the city. There was a plain there. The plain wasn't very huge, and it was surrounded by mountains. There were around 10,000 people there. Most of them were children at the age of 15 or 16, and there were some around the age of 10. They were very young. While they were young, their immature faces were covered in coldness and determination. They seemed vigilant as they stood back to back in teams of 2 and kept scanning the surroundings. Xiao Lu, Master Tian, and the others stood at the peak of a mountain as they watched the scene down below in silence. Meanwhile, Master Tian raised his right hand. Roar! A furious roar resounded, and then numerous black shadows tore through the sky and charged at them. Nefarious. They were the demon beasts of the undying race, the Nefarious. The Nefarious charged at those children. There was no fear in the young children's eyes as they faced the Nefarious. Their teams of 2 fought the Nefarious with their backs against each other. The Nefarious didn't show mercy at all, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that these Nefarious would target those who had fear in their eyes. It didn't take long for some to die, but only a few. Xiao Lu suddenly asked, "How long have they been training?" Master Tian replied, "They are brought here at the age of 6. The longest have been here for 7 years, and the shortest are just around 1 year." Xiao Lu asked, "What about the death rate?" Master Tian replied solemnly, "It's high. There were over 30,000 here previously. Now, less than 10,000 remain. Once they become adults, I expect less than 5,000 to remain." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Lord Xiao Lu, should I reduce the death rate?" Xiao Lu shook his head. "Dying to your own is better than dying at the hands of others." He looked down and continued, "At this moment, their fate is in their own hands. But in the future, their fate is very likely to be in the hands of someone else. Just like the living beings of the large universe, their lack of hard work in the past caused their fate to fall into the hands of our undying race. Do you want the fate of our future generations to be in the hands of someone else?" Master Tian lowered his head slightly. "I understand." Meanwhile, the plain below had fallen silent, and the Nefarious had left. All the youths down below were exhausted, but they didn't sit down, and their eyes were still filled with vigilance. Because they didn't know when the Nefarious would appear. Vigilance. They had to be prepared at all times. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu appeared down below. At this moment, everyone gazed at him. They didn't recognize him, but once Master Tian arrived by Xiao Lao's side, the youths immediately knelt down, but they were instantly raised back up by a strand of energy. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu took a step forward. "Remember that you don't need to kneel to anyone, not even our patriarch. The members of our undying race must not show any traits of inferiority. You can respect the strong, but you cannot fear them. The strong aren't there to be feared. They are there to be defeated." The youths exchanged glances, and then they gazed at Master Tian. The latter spoke solemnly, "This is Lord Xiao Lu." Lord Xiao Lu. Clamorous noise immediately surged through the group when they heard this. All of them gazed at Xiao Lu, and there was excitement and fervor in their eyes. Lord Xiao Lu was a legend in the undying race. The undying race's patriarch and Lord Xiao Lu were the pillars of support for the undying race. They had contributed tremendously to the undying race's survival and progress until now. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. The true reason for the emotions they felt was Xiao Lao's past deeds. Just like everyone else in the undying race, Lord Xiao Lu entered this hell at the age of 6, but he left at the age of 7, because had defeated all the Nefarious here by then. Not a single Nefarious dared to attack him. At the age of 10, he defeated the 3 wise men of that generation on his own. 3 years after that, at the age of 13, he surmounted 2 realms of cultivation to defeat the twin elders of the undying race at the time. After that, the only existences in the undying race who could defeat him were the patriarch at the time and one other person. At the age of 17, he became the youngest in the history of the undying race. He was the most likely to become the undying race's patriarch then, and he would be the youngest patriarch in history too. However, for some reason, he gave up the position of patriarch and willingly became the second in command of the undying race. A legend. It could be said that Xiao Lu was a legend in the undying race. Throughout countless years, the younger generation of the undying race had admired him like their idol. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu added, "You're our undying race's future hope. The suffering you endure today will become hope for our race in the future, hope that our race will continue to exist." He looked up at the gray sky above. I know that many of you definitely feel resentful as you watch the people by your side die, one by one. Don't feel resentment or hate. The world is very cruel. If we don't be cruel to you today, you will face even crueler things in the future. I would rather kill all of you myself than let you die at the hands of others. Die at the hands of our own. The youths howled fiercely, and their voices reverberated like a thunderclap. Xiao Lu nodded slightly while a wisp of gratification could be seen in his eyes. He looked to the side and said, "While they need to be tempered, these seedlings of ours should be protected by us." Master Tian spoke solemnly. "I understand. All the books of our undying race and the techniques we obtained from other races will be made available to them. The three of us will focus and work hard on their guidance too." "Very good." Xiao Lu nodded. He was about to say more when he suddenly looked toward the side. A middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe was walking slowly through the sky. There was a sword hanging by the middle-aged man's waist. Xiao Lao's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the man. Meanwhile, the others had solemn expressions on their faces. Just the middle-aged man's ability to get here without alarming anyone was enough to prove everything. Master Tian clenched his right fist slowly, but Xiao Lu shook his head. "You're no match for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he was in the sky, 300 m away from the middle-aged man. They stood in confrontation from afar. Xiao Lu glanced at the sword by the man's waist and asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man stroked the sword's hilt gently and replied, "The sword sect, the unfettered one." Chapter 2253, You Should Be Honored That I Came For You. Chapter 2253, You Should Be Honored That I Came For You. The Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One's voice was very calm and flat. Xiao Lu nodded slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" The Unfettered One gazed at Xiao Lu. "Few in this world are worthy of fighting me. You're one of them, so I came." Xiao Lu suddenly started laughing. The Unfettered One asked, "Is it very funny?" Xiao Lu chuckled. "How many years has it been? It's the first time someone has said that to me. A long time ago, I used to say the same to others, but I never expected to be treated the same way today." He waved his right hand slightly. "All of you step back." All of them moved aside. Once they'd gone far enough, Xiao Lu gazed at the Unfettered One. "My instinct tells me that you are very strong. Come, let me see how strong you are." The Unfettered One shook his head slightly. "You attack first." Xiao Lao's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" The Unfettered One replied, "If I attack, there won't be another round." Haha. Xiao Lu suddenly started roaring with laughter, and it reverberated like a thunderclap through the area. He laughed for a while before he gazed at the Unfettered One. "I was born in the undying race and conquered countless universes. The experts I've met are simply uncountable, and I've even almost been killed in the past. All of them had a commonality. They were arrogant, extremely arrogant. Of course, I'm arrogant too. You have the right to it when you're strong. However, you're the most arrogant I've ever met." Suddenly, the Unfettered One raised his right hand and waved it lightly. A ray of sword energy flashed. The ray of sword energy was just around an inch in length, and it wasn't fast at all. At the very least, it didn't look fast to the people here. However, Xiao Lao's expression had instantly changed. He clenched his right fist tightly and slammed it forward. Bang! The space in a huge area shook violently. The might of his punch could shake the world. Because he didn't want to damage the undying race's territory, Head condensed all his energy and sent it against the sword energy via space. However, his space was too strong, and it was so strong that just a little bit of its remaining strength was sufficient to shake the surroundings. Meanwhile, the ray of sword energy arrived. Hiss! The sword energy sliced through Xiao Lao's attack and shot through his body. A wisp of blood sprayed from his chest. The surroundings fell silent, deathly silent. All the experts of the undying race had disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Lu had been injured. The experts of the undying race were filled with shock and disbelief. The Unfettered One walked slowly in Xiao Lao's direction. "I was just speaking of a fact, yet you said I'm arrogant. Since you said that, they'll be arrogant this one time." He stopped and gazed at Xiao Lu. You should be honored that I came for you. Understand? Xiao Lu should be honored. Absolutely arrogant. The expressions of all the experts from the undying race turned extremely unsightly. That wasn't just arrogance, it was disdain. Disdain toward Xiao Lu and the undying race. Xiao Lao's face turned gloomy too. After all, when had he ever been treated like this? Suddenly, the unfettered one tapped his finger at Xiao Lu from afar. A sword howl resounded. Xiao Lao's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flashed within them. After that, he took a step forward, and the world shook before him. Xiao Lu closed his eyes after taking that step. Hiss, 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 hiss. An instant later, horrifying sounds resounded through the surroundings. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the unfettered one's sword energy was being corroded by a mysterious force. At the same time, the space around the unfettered one was being corroded too. Actually, it wasn't just the space there. Even the unfettered one himself had actually started to be corroded. The unfettered one glanced at his body and nodded slightly. Death energy. No, it has surpassed the scope of death energy. Interesting. He chuckled once he finished speaking, and then he drew his sword from his waist and swung it. He sheathed his sword, and then walked away. A ray of sword energy sliced through space behind him. Hiss. The entire space throughout the world turned ethereal, and it instantly obliterated the mysterious energy Xiao Lu emanated. Hiss. It arrived before him and instantly shot through Xiao Lao's chest. Xiao Lao's figure stiffened on the spot. The experts of the undying race were astounded, and they charged toward Xiao Lu. However, Xiao Lu shook his head slightly and slowly sat down cross-legged before placing his right palm against his chest. Bang! A strand of death energy erupted from within him. A remnant of the unfettered one's sword energy was raging through his body. The only way for him to avoid death was to eliminate the sword energy. Otherwise, it would fully destroy his undying body. Pure death energy surged endlessly into him. Just like that, with the help of that endless supply of death energy, the remnant of the unfettered one's sword energy slowly vanished in the end. At this moment, Xiao Lu heaved a sigh of relief like a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. A short while passed before he looked up at the direction the unfettered one had left toward. How strong! How strong! It was spoken with sincerity. A single attack. The unfettered one had almost killed him with just one attack. Even though he knew that was no casual attack, it still couldn't hide how terrifying the unfettered one was. However, Xiao Lu did feel relieved too. He was relieved that the unfettered one wasn't targeting the undying race, because that would be a huge calamity to the undying race. It would be just like the void spirit maiden whom they'd encountered all those years ago. Moreover, the unfettered one may be an even greater calamity. A long time passed before Xiao Lu restrained his thoughts and gazed at Master Yuan and the others. Put the matter of void spirit continent aside for now. Well, wait for the patriarch. Had planned to deal with void spirit continent as soon as he emerged from the undead tower, so that the undying race could rest at ease as it traveled to the initial race's territory. Yet now, had changed his mind. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he felt that they should be a little cautious. The undying race couldn't allow too much of their forces to be exhausted. Void Spirit Continent. Void Spirit Hall, in the Primordial Pagoda. Yang Yi had been cultivating, but Yang Lianshuang suddenly appeared before him. Yang Yi gazed at her, and the latter pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "Once this is all over, I want to return to my hometown." Yang Yi asked, "Your hometown?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "I haven't been home for a long time. I wonder how it is now." Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, "All right." Yang Lianshuang smiled. "I may need your help when the time comes." "It's not a problem, right?" Yang Yi replied, "Of course." She nodded. "Then it'll trouble you then. I have many things to deal with, so I won't disturb you." She left the Primordial Pagoda once she finished speaking. In the pagoda, Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he left the pagoda and went to see Nether Maiden and the others. However, he didn't show himself and just watched them from the shadows. Since they came to pay their respects to Xiao Xiyo that day, they started cultivating. During this period of time with Tianxiu's guidance, their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. While it was impossible for them to attain the progenitor realm, their combat strength had improved tremendously. Yang Yi watched for a long time, and then he went to a different room. A robust woman was seated cross-legged there, and it was Amon. She was cultivating. While the barbaric race had been practically annihilated, had brought all of Amon's loved ones to Void Spirit City. Besides that, Qin Xuan and the others' loved ones had been brought to Void Spirit City too. In Void Spirit City, there were Yang Ye's loved ones like Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, Zhuang Weiran, Shuer. There were Amon's loved ones, Qin Xuan's loved ones, Yujing's loved ones, Mad Saber's loved ones, Ling's loved ones. There were Yang Ye's friends like Nethermaiden and the others, and Elder Yuan. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Without him realizing it, the burden he carried was growing heavier. However, it was something he should do. But the pressure he had to endure against the undying race was quite heavy. Yang Yi left and went to the sky above the city. He gazed in the direction of the endless black holes. The home of the undying race was in that direction. Meanwhile, Nanjing appeared beside him. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "The pressure is tremendous." The undying race's strength far surpassed his imagination. So, if he was being honest, he was prepared to die. Death. There was no other way. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, she took his hand. "Well, face it together." Together. Yang Yi gazed at her and suddenly started smiling. "Someone once said that with my character, I would be all alone. However, am not all alone. Getting to know all of you makes my life worth it." And Nanjing looked up into the distance, and she spoke softly. "If I only had the martial Tao, my life would be so boring." Yang Yi tightened his grip on Nanjing's hand and spoke softly. "I've asked Elder Yuan to investigate. The undying race plans to activate the formation in this large universe. Once it's done, it will instantly exhaust all the spirit energy in the large universe, including the undying race's spirit energy. So, the universe will truly become filled with death then, and even if the people of the large universe survive, they will grow old and die rapidly from the lack of spirit energy." And Nanjing asked, "You plan to stop them?" Yang Yi shook his head. "They can't be stopped. Moreover, even if the undying race doesn't activate that formation, the large universe doesn't have much time left. The undying race has almost completely destroyed this large universe." He took a deep breath at this point and said, "I can die. Qingshi and the others can die too, but I can't allow Nethermaiden and her sisters or Amon and the others' families to die. Even if I and my wives die, they must not. I can't allow my friends to die for me, and then allow their families to die too." And Nanjing spoke solemnly. "What do you plan to do?" Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "I haven't gone berserk in a long time. It's time to do so again." Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared near Yang Yi. He stood there with a sword in hand. It was the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One gazed at Yang Yi. "There are some things I should put an end to before I leave. Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 2254, Undying Race. "Let's fight." And Nanjing's expression changed when she heard the Unfettered One, and burning fury appeared in her grasp. Meanwhile, the Unfettered One glanced at her. "You're too weak right now." And Nanjing looked at the Unfettered One in the eyes without displaying any fear. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Why do you want to kill me?" The Unfettered One walked slowly toward Yang Yi and pointed at Yang Ye's forehead. "In the past, I left a memory seed with you. A very, very long time ago. I noticed that my sword Tao had flaws, and I wanted to perfect it. However, I didn't expect your father to notice this. He forcefully removed that seed, and then pursued me until now." He shook his head. "Unfortunately, he can't kill me." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Then why do you want to kill me now?" The Unfettered One closed his eyes slowly. "Your sword is born for emotion. The deeper your emotions and ties, the stronger it becomes. That's a direct opposite of my sword domain. If I absorb you, perhaps I'll be able to open up a new door in my sword Tao." Yang Yi chuckled. "But you won't do that." The Unfettered One gazed at Yang Yi. "Huh? Yang Yi looked the unfettered one in the eyes. Absorb another to perfect your own sword Dao. You would never go so low, right? A wisp of admiration flashed through the unfettered one's eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, if I'm not wrong, your objective is to see the limits of a sword Dao that relies on emotions, right? The unfettered one nodded slightly, but I don't want to wait for too long. That thought plagues me while you're alive, and I don't want to have that thought. 10 years, Yang Yi suddenly said. Give me 10 years, and we'll fight then. You'll see what you wish to see, and I will see what I want to see. The unfettered one wanted to see the limits of a sword Dao of emotion, and Yang Yi wanted to see the limits of a sword Dao without emotion. Was severing all thoughts and focusing on the sword really an invincible path? Based on the current situation, the unfettered one was invincible. However, it couldn't prove anything. The unfettered one had started cultivating far before him and had arrived at his own limits. But Yang Yi hadn't reached his own limits. Both him and the unfettered one wanted to see each other's limits. The unfettered one gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I'll give you 15 years. No matter where you are, I'll find you then. At that time, I hope you can defeat me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Why? Nanjing suddenly asked. According to knowledge, you don't kill those whom you challenge. Yang Yi said, if I can't defeat him, then this sword Dao isn't a path worth taking anymore. The unfettered one grinned and didn't say anything. Yang Yi gazed at him. You're leaving? The unfettered one nodded. It's meaningless to stay. Yang Yi said, you've defeated both those experts from the Undying race? The unfettered one replied, I fought one of them, and I was quite disappointed. Yang Yi asked, you're not waiting for the other one? The unfettered one shook his head no. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The unfettered one said, the outcome is the same. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. He naturally understood what the unfettered one meant. He meant that even if he waited for that other expert, the outcome would be the same. That person would be defeated. Confidence. Extraordinary confidence. The unfettered one suddenly said, actually, I really envy you. Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? He glanced at his sword and explained, I envy that you still have rivals, and I envy that there are people that can defeat you. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the unfettered one shook his head and left. Don't make me wait for too long. He'd left. The unfettered one left just like that. 15 years. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Yang Ye's greatest enemy in 15 years would be the unfettered one, and the pressure from that was much greater than the undying race. Are you afraid? Meanwhile, a voice came from Yang Ye's side. Tian Xiu was standing beside him. Yang Yi shook his head. Of course not. Tian Xiu grinned. There's nothing to fear. I'm confident in you. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She spoke softly. Because there are emotions in your heart. It wasn't eternal life or invincibility that supported you all the way here. It was love. Actually, to make it simpler, it could be explained by what was happening at this very moment. Yang Yi knew he was no match for the undying race, but he didn't choose to cower. In the end, there were emotions in his heart, and he couldn't abandon everything. Tian Xiu added, remember this. If you stay true to your heart, you'll have the strength to fight him in the future. Yang Yi shook his head. I've never given it that much consideration. All I want to do now is to let everyone by my side live well. Tian Xiu nodded slightly. How's your cultivation in the sword domain? Yang Yi replied, I can rapidly shrink my sword domain, but I still suffer from side effects after using it. While it won't knock me out, I won't be able to fight. Tian Xiu spoke softly. It'll be better once you get to the progenitor realm. The progenitor realm? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. When will I get there? She was about to speak when she suddenly gazed at the endless black holes, and then her eyes narrowed slightly. She waved her right hand, and a ray of dark light shot out and arrived before the door of light. At this moment, a middle-aged man was standing there. It was the undying race's Xiao Lu. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the ray of light, and he slapped his palm down. Hiss! The dark light exploded apart, but Xiao Lu was pushed back into the door of light. But just a moment later, A terrifying wave of black energy rippled out of the door, and it pierced through space and arrived in the air above Void Spirit Continent. In an instant, the sky above the continent darkened. Everyone in the city below was horrified. Suddenly, Tianxiu looked up, and then she slapped her palm upward. Bang! A huge ethereal palm shot up into the air and slammed against the black energy. In an instant, the black energy exploded apart, but countless shrill cries resounded from within the city. Because many strands of black energy had descended to the city, and all those who came into contact with it had exploded into bits. Tianxiu glanced at the city and stomped her right foot down lightly. Bang! The remaining black energy in the city instantly vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a black palm emerged from the door of light, and it instantly arrived in the sky above the city before pressing down again. Bang! 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 In the city, countless buildings were obliterated by it. At the same time, the entire ground started to tremble violently and collapse. The world was shaking. Tianxiu's eyes were icy cold. She stomped her right foot down and shot up into the air like a ray of dark light. Bang! The huge black palm exploded apart into countless black fragments of energy that rained down from above. Tianxiu waved her right hand lightly, and the black energy vanished. The sky above the city gradually returned to calm. Meanwhile, the door of light suddenly grew in size, and it didn't take long for it to be dozens of times larger. At the same time, a voice came from within. Eldest brother was right. You are alive. All right, we'll put an end to this in 3 days. Tianxiu glanced coldly at the door of light. I'll be waiting. No reply came from within the door of light. The world fell silent once more. In the sky above Void Spirit City, Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Who was that? Tianxiu replied, the second in command of the undying race. They call him Lord Xiaolu. While his strength isn't bad, it isn't formidable to me. If I'm not wrong, their patriarch should be about to emerge from his closed-door cultivation. The patriarch of the undying race. Yang Yi was visibly shocked. Is he very strong? She gazed at him and said, only a single person in this world can kill him, and it's that sword cultivator who just left. That sword cultivator. Obviously, Tianxiu was speaking about the unfettered one. Tianxiu added, that demonic artifact within you can accomplish it too? Yang Yi asked, the Samadhi flame? Tianxiu shook her head. The other one? The primordial acts of creation. Yang Yi frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, let me talk to the pagoda and see if we can release it. Don't. She spoke solemnly. It's too strong. You can't sense it, but I can. If it comes outside, the first to die will be you. She paused for a moment and continued, moreover, even if it doesn't kill you, it will not help you. So, letting it leave your pagoda will only lead to endless future troubles. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I can only rely on myself. Come with me. Tianxiu walked away once she finished speaking. Yang Yi and a Nanjing quickly followed her. They arrived at the cemetery, the same cemetery that housed all the past experts of the Void Spirit race. It was a dense expanse of tombs. Tianxiu gazed at it for a long time and said, I didn't want to disturb your spirits, but the undying race is attacking once more. This time, we'll put an end to the enmity between us. As soon as she finished speaking, a fluorescent bead appeared in her grasp, and she tossed it. It floated into the air above the cemetery. In an instant, the entire cemetery started trembling. A moment later, Yang Yi and a Nanjing watched with shock as spirits rose up from the cemetery, and it only took an instant for them to fill the area. After they emerged, they knelt before Tianxiu. Your Majesty. Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly, and then something flashed out of her forehead. An instant later, a weapon appeared by her side. Netherworld Destiny. A moment of silence ensued, and then Tianxiu grabbed Netherworld Destiny and pointed it at the door of light. Undying race. Let's fight. Let's fight. The spirits howled furiously in unison. Chapter 2255. Plan to leave. Your Majesty. Countless spirits were kneeling before Tianxiu. While they were dead, Their faces were filled with the desire to fight. There will remain even in death. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Tianxiu, you're the void spirit maiden, right? She gazed at him. Didn't you realize a long time ago? Yang Yi replied, I just didn't dare say for sure. Tianxiu grinned. Now you are, and? Yang Yi smiled. What do you want me to say? They smiled at each other, and everything was said with just that. Tianxiu gazed at the spirits before her. My void spirit race is unlike other races. Our spirit still remains after we perish. It isn't the soul, but the mind. Our mind is our soul. Even then, their minds need to rest after they die, and only then will they get to be reincarnated. But the dead warriors of my race didn't choose to enter eternal rest. They were waiting for me. She closed her eyes slowly. Let's make our final preparations. Yang Yi nodded, and then he left within Nanjing. In Void Spirit Hall. At this moment, everyone Yang Yi cared about was here. Elder Yuan, Nether Maiden and the others, Amon, the families of Qin Chuan and the others. There weren't many people here, just a few hundred. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. That was all they could do at a time like this. Yang Yi was at the seat of the host. He gazed down at Elder Yuan and said, Have you found out what I asked? Elder Yuan nodded slightly. The large universe is a formation, and the portal is at the endless black holes. If I'm not wrong, the undying race will teleport all their people through it soon. However, they need a huge amount of spirit energy and death energy to accomplish that. So, they plan to kill everyone in the large universe, and then extract all their death energy and the spirit energy of this large universe. Yang Yi nodded slightly. All of you will leave through there too. Leave. They gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Yang Yi stood up. We can't protect the large universe. Even if the Void Spirit Maiden of the Void Spirit race returns, it's still impossible to protect this large universe. Even if the Undying race doesn't try to destroy this universe, this place will have no spirit energy. So, all of you who rely on spirit energy to live won't be able to survive for long. Leaving is your only hope. Elder Yuan shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yang Yi said, I know. I'll strive to create an opportunity for all of you to leave. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden suddenly asked, What about you? Everyone gazed at him, and he shook his head slightly. I naturally won't leave, nor can I. Sky Maiden was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi chuckled. Because the Undying race is determined to kill me. If I leave with all of you, the Undying race's attention will be focused on all of you. Sky Maiden wanted to say more, but Yang Yi walked over to her and Blood Maiden, eldest sister, second sister, and all of you. I know what you're thinking, but I really can't go this time. Sky Maiden spoke solemnly. We'll stay with you. It's meaningless. Yang Yi spoke softly. It's completely meaningless. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, If you stay, you'll just die here with me. If you leave, I won't have anything to worry about, and I may have a better chance to survive then. They wanted to say more, but Yang Yi shook his head. I've made my decision. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and countless leaves descended before them. Elder Yuan asked, Are these Bodhi leaves? Yang Yi nodded. They can conceal your aura. Elder Yuan, you take them out of Void Spirit City later, and rush to the portal in the endless black holes once the Undying Race's army arrives here. Elder Yuan thought for a moment and said, I think we should go there once they've activated the formation. Yang Yi replied, The moment they come will be the time they activate the formation. While they are confident, they aren't just facing me alone. They are facing the Void Spirit race too. So, they will definitely leave a way out for themselves when facing the Void Spirit race. Thus, if I'm not wrong, they will do both simultaneously. The time they attack Void Spirit Continent will be the time they send their people away. Amon suddenly said, The portal will definitely be guarded by the experts of the Undying race. Yang Yi smiled. We're not weak either, right? Were they weak? Of course not. Even if Tianxiu and the others weren't included, just him, and Nanjing, the Universe Sprite, the Demon's Pawn, the Samadhi Flame, and Elder Yuan may be a little inferior when compared to the top experts of the Undying race, but the Undying race only had a few experts like that. In short, they had a chance. Let's go together. Meanwhile, Aman walked over to Yang Yi. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to leave. Yang Yi shook his head. If we do that, none of us will be able to leave. All of you don't have to say more. As I said before, if you can escape successfully, then I'll have nothing to worry about, and it'll increase my chances to survive. Some of them still wanted to say something, but Elder Yuan suddenly said, just listen to him. Allow me to be honest, if it wasn't for us, where couldn't he go to? And if he wants to leave, the undying race wouldn't be able to stop him. The reason he isn't leaving is all of us. So, at a time like this, don't say anything about staying to fight together. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan and smiled. Elder Yuan, aren't you worried that I would think you're ungrateful? Elder Yuan shook his head. If you need me, I can stay. Of course not. Yang Yi smiled. They are going to an unknown universe, and they need someone to lead them. I can only rest at ease with you leading them. Elder Yuan asked, what about you? Yang Yi smiled. I'll be there soon. The others fell silent. They were no fools. It sounded simple when he said it, but the reality of it was that he was very likely to never go to them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Elder Yuan, make the necessary preparations. All of you too. Besides that, it's decided. If you really want to do something for me, then don't say anything about this. Yang Yi left the hall once he finished speaking, and Nanjing followed behind him. The hall was extremely silent. Outside the hall, Yang Yi walked toward the city. Nanjing spoke softly by his side. I'm staying, right? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Actually, I hope that you'll leave. Elder Yuan's wisdom is sufficient to make the necessary decisions, but his strength isn't. I would be even more reassured if you were with them. He glanced at her at this point and smiled. But I know that you won't go, and I don't want to force you. They are all my friends, and I can't let anything happen to them. He paused for a moment and continued. So, I left all the problems for myself, Qingshi, and all of you. Does that make you angry at me? And Nanjing shook her head. It doesn't. Yang Yi grinned. He looked up at the sky. What happened to Qin Xuan and the others was something that would stab at him forever. He didn't want it to happen again. If someone was going to die this time, it would be him. Yang Yi and Nanjing went to a quiet courtyard in the city. As soon as he arrived there, a black-robed figure appeared in front of him. The Universe Sprite. During this time, the Universe Sprite had remained in the city and frequently taught Snowy. Unfortunately, Snowy was too playful. That little fellow's head was only filled with how to play, so she was a huge headache for the Universe Sprite. The Universe Sprite asked, Do you need something? Yang Yi nodded. I'm here to tell you that the undying race is going to activate the formation in this universe. The portal is in the endless black holes. Some of the people close to me will be leaving through there, and you can go too. The Universe Sprite replied indifferently, I'm not leaving. Yang Yi asked, You plan to accompany the large universe in death? The Universe Sprite fell silent for a long time and said, I'm the spirit of this large universe. What is there for you to protect here? Yang Yi looked the Universe Sprite in the eyes. There's nothing. The Universe Sprite shook her head. You don't understand. Yang Yi sighed softly and didn't persuade her further. Everyone had their own choice, and this was the Universe Sprite's choice. Meanwhile, she said, Your loved ones have left, but what about the others in Void Spirit Continent? The others on the continent. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, Once the undying race attacks, I'll tell everyone on this continent about the location of the portal. At that time, they can go there too. As for their fate, it depends on their own fortune. The Universe Sprite fell silent. Yang Yi didn't owe them anything, and he'd done his part by protecting them for so long. A short while passed before she said, There are many sprites throughout the large universe, and I've gathered all of them. I want to let them into your primordial pagoda so that they can be with you and Snowy from now on. Is that all right? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Perhaps letting them go with the others is the best, because I may not survive either. She shook her head. I don't trust them. No one is without greed. I'm afraid these sprites will suffer in their hands. Yang Yi smiled. Yet you trust me? She replied indifferently. I trust Snowy. As soon as she finished speaking, a fist-sized ball of light appeared before Yang Yi. It has a small space of its own in there. Those sprites are inside. I'll leave them to you. Yang Yi fell silent for a short moment, and then he nodded before transporting it into the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy took the ball of light before her, and then sized it up for a moment before entering it. How playful. But that's fine too. The universe sprite smiled and left. Once she entered her room, Yang Yi sighed softly and left. Time trickled by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Morning. The sun rose up slowly in the east, and everything remained quiet as sunlight descended to the ground. However, Void Spirit City suddenly became dark. Chapter 2256, I'm Afraid I Can't. Chapter 2256, I'm Afraid I Can't. The entire city gradually darkened. At this moment, everyone looked up, and the sky above was covered by a dark expanse of something. If one looked carefully, one would notice that they were undying cavalry. Around 600 undying cavalry. They had spears on their backs and nefarious below them. Besides that, there were 30 mysterious experts with spears on their backs standing in front of the undying cavalry. They were all led by Lord Xiao Lu, while on both sides of Xiao Lu were 2 of the 3 wise men. Practically all the forces of the undying race were here. Xiao Lu looked at the continent below and spoke softly. Void Spirit Continent again. The same thing won't happen twice. Master Yuan asked, shall we attack? Xiao Lu grinned, not yet. Master Yuan nodded and moved aside. Yang Yi floated up into the air above the city, and everyone was looking at him. And Nanjing was by his side. Yang Yi glanced at the crowd below him, and a long time passed before he raised his hands. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Yang Yi said, I presume all of you know about the teleportation formation now. Flee. Your own fortune will decide if you live or die. Countless people knelt down in unison. If Yang Yi hadn't been willing to take them in, they would already be dead by now. So, it was all thanks to Yang Yi that they'd survived for so long. After kowtowing to him once, they shot out of the city and fled madly into the distance. Yang Yi shook his head slightly as he watched them flee, and sadness arose within him. It wasn't pity. It was sorrow. How many experts were there in the world? How many weaklings? The strong possess strength and can do as they please. They can rule over the lives of others. But what about the weak? The weak can only suffer slaughter and be ruled over? For the first time, Yang Yi felt that these social laws were too cruel. And Nanjing asked softly, what is it? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. How many do you think will be able to survive? She pondered deeply for a moment and replied, very few. Yeah. Yang Yi spoke softly. It isn't just them. Even we may not survive. He shook his head and continued, are Elder Yuan and the others at the endless black holes? And Nanjing nodded. They've arrived there and hidden themselves. So long as the undying race activates the formation, they will take action. Yang Yi spoke softly. I'm afraid their strength won't be enough. Suddenly, and Nanjing stood before Yang Yi and looked him in the eye. What does their fate have to do with me? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Fine. You stay with me. She withdrew her gaze and stood by his side. No matter in life or death, we'll stay together this time. All right? Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he suddenly started roaring with laughter that shot through the surroundings. In Void Spirit City. At this moment, it was already an empty city in this short amount of time. They'd fled. Everyone in the city had fled. Not even one of them stayed behind. In the sky above the continent, Xiao Lu and the undying race's experts watched coldly as all of this happened. They ignored those cultivators who had fled the city. Their target was the Void Spirit race and Yang Yi. Once they deal with these 2 enemies, the undying race could annihilate the rest in an instant. Meanwhile, Master Yuan suddenly said, they seem to be going toward the endless black holes. Xiao Lu shot a glance down at the city and spoke indifferently, it's fine. Master Tian and the undead warriors are there. Master Yuan nodded. Xiao Lu asked, what about the god race? Master Yuan spoke solemnly. They are playing some tricks too. Xiao Lu grinned. It's fine. We'll deal with all of them at once. Meanwhile, Dugu Jueyin suddenly asked, Lord Xiao Lu, shall we attack? Xiao Lu glanced at her and said, Wait a while longer. Our patriarch needs a little more time. Meanwhile, down below in Void Spirit City, Tianxiu stood in the cemetery while the countless spirits were before her. They were the renowned, peerless experts of the Void Spirit race, and they were the extraordinary army that had fought off the Undying race all those years ago. Of course, they'd paid a terrible price for that. Now, they were facing the Undying race again, and there was only hatred and flames of revenge in their eyes. Yang Yi and Nanjing were by Tianxiu's side. Tianxiu suddenly asked, "Do you know why my Void Spirit race lost all those years ago?" Yang Yi and Nanjing gazed at her while curiosity filled their eyes. Void Spirit Maiden, an unmatched expert of the past, and the Void Spirit race which once ruled over the large universe. Why had they lost to the Undying race all those years ago? A gap in strength? Or something else? Meanwhile, Tianxiu looked up at the sky. In terms of strength, my Void Spirit race was slightly inferior to them, but that wasn't sufficient to make my entire race suffer a horrible defeat. The true reason for our loss was the Undying race's determination to fight until the end. Their determination and cohesion they possess as a race is the strongest I've ever seen. Determination. Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, as far as he was concerned, this determination to fight until the end was more important than strength. If a person lacked that, what kind of person would that person be? Conversely, if an entire race lacked that, what kind of race would it be? And there was cohesion too. If a race had no cohesion, they would be incapable of creating a united force. Conversely, a race with high cohesion would be absolutely not weak. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued, "You know, besides its patriarch, the Undying race had its twin elders. Their strengths were on par with Xiaolu. Besides them, they had two others, the guardians of the Undying race. They were merely inferior to the patriarch of the Undying race. Yet now, the Undying race only has its patriarch and Xiaolu left. Do you know why?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "You killed them." Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. "All those years ago, so long as I remained standing, my Void Spirit race would never fall. However, the twin elders, their two guardians, and their patriarch did everything they could to keep me locked in battle. Moreover, besides their patriarch, the rest of them didn't hesitate to sacrifice millennia of cultivation and chose to detonate themselves." Self-detonation? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he felt extremely shocked. Self-detonation? How terrifying was that? Had experienced it for himself. The weapon progenitor's self-detonation had almost killed him. If he didn't possess numerous precious treasures, he would have died instead of just escaping with severe injuries. As for the people Tianxiu mentioned, they were clearly existences whom the weapon progenitor couldn't compare to. Yet they detonated themselves together, and the Undying race's patriarch was there too. So, it was extremely terrifying that Tianxiu had been able to survive in the end. Actually, when he heard up to this point, Yang Yi had a rough understanding of the Void Spirit race's strength. The Void Spirit race's strength was absolutely inferior to the Undying race, but because of Tianxiu, they'd forcefully dragged down the entire Undying race to their level. The Undying race had clearly realized that, so they had sent out all their forces with the goal of killing Tianxiu. Once Tianxiu lost, the Void Spirit race would be finished. However, Tianxiu had still severely injured the entire Undying race in that battle and forced them to return to their own territory. Such strength. If it was just in terms of single combat, then perhaps only the Unfettered One could defeat her. Meanwhile, Tianxiu spoke softly. "Do you know why that sword cultivator didn't fight me, or the Undying race's patriarch?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "He said the outcome would be the same." Tianxiu chuckled. "Actually, he's not wrong. Because both the Undying race's patriarch and I aren't at our peak anymore. But he is at his peak. He wanted to wait until both of us recovered to our respective peak strength. Unfortunately, both the Undying race and I don't have that much time to wait until then. So, he left. He doesn't want to fight us while we're not at our peak." The Unfettered One. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He hadn't forgotten that he would be having a battle with that fellow. Actually, meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly said, "I too would like to fight him." All those years ago, I searched the universe just to find experts to fight and break through beyond my limits. Unfortunately, the weak feared the strong, but the strong hoped to face the strong. Because only by encountering someone stronger could one grow stronger. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly asked, "Those friends of yours have gone to the endless black holes?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes. They will seize the opportunity when the undying race activates the formation." "That won't work." Tianxiu shook her head. "They will die. Even all those who fled earlier will die." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Tianxiu looked up into the sky and explained. "Those 10 fellows from the undying race are still alive, so they're definitely guarding the endless black holes. All of them will die while those 10 fellows are there." Yang Yi said, "I asked the demon's pawn to go with them. If Elder Yuan and the others are included, then with their strength, and if we keep the top experts of the undying race busy here, then they should—" "You're wrong." Tianxiu suddenly interrupted him. "Those 10 fellows are the undead warriors of the undying race. Not to mention them, those 10 undead warriors can even kill you, and in Nanjing." Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. "They are that strong?" Tianxiu spoke softly. "Many experts of my void spirit race died at their hands all those years ago. At that time, there were 20 of them, and I killed 10 of them myself. Go to them. Return if you can deal with those undead warriors. If you can't, then find a way to escape." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he suddenly walked over to Tianxiu. He gazed at the young girl who had a completely different disposition now, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and rubbed her little head. "Axiu, wait for me. Wait for me." Yang Yi turned around and vanished into the distance within Nanjing. Meanwhile, Tianxiu stared blankly at the direction Yang Yi had left toward, and then she shook her head slightly. "I'm afraid I can't." Chapter 22, 57 Undead Warriors. Chapter 22, 57 Undead Warriors. There was a huge door of light deep within the endless black holes, and it was almost 3 kilometers wide. The door emanated a weak blue glow, and there were 10 mysterious figures in black armor not too far away from the door of light. They stood in a row with sabers in their grasps, and they seemed just like statues. There was a middle-aged man in front of them. He was the undying race's Master Tian. Besides that, there were almost 20,000 behind them. Around 10,000 of them were youths. While they were young, they emanated pretty strong auras. They were the members of the undying race. The entire undying race actually didn't amount to more than a few tens of thousands. While there were few of them, they were all elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to annihilate the entire large universe with just such few forces. Hiss. Suddenly, space shook violently, and then a black shadow tore through space and arrived before them. It was a middle-aged man, Master Gue of the undying race. The undying race had 3 wise men, and Master Gue was the third. 2 of them were here now. Master Tian asked, "How is it?" Master Gue replied solemnly, "Looks like the people of this large universe are aware of this portal. Countless are rushing here now. Obviously, they want to go through after us. Humph. They wish. Well, bury all of them here." Master Tian frowned slightly. "Don't be careless. Our patriarch is maintaining the formation while Lord Xiaolu and the others are keeping the Void Spirit Maiden busy. So, we can't let any mishaps occur. We can die, but these people behind us are the future of our race. Nothing can be allowed to happen to them." Master Gue hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, why don't we annihilate Void Spirit Maiden and Yang Yi before activating this formation? Wouldn't that be a safer option?" Master Tian glanced at Master Gue. "What if we can't annihilate them? What if we fail?" "Fail?" Master Gue spoke solemnly. "How could we?" "We?" Master Tian shook his head slightly and interrupted Master Gue. "All those years ago, we had almost 100,000 people, but now not even half remains. We suffered a terrible loss during that battle, and we can't allow that to happen again. Nor can we afford that. Besides that, there's one other reason, and it's that our patriarch is worried that the Void Spirit Maiden would ignore everything and just kill our people. With her strength, if she disregards everything and focuses on killing our people, then even the Patriarch and the others will probably be unable to stop her. Master Gue nodded. True. Master Tian glanced at the group behind them and said, Patriarch isn't afraid of Void Spirit Maiden, but he had no choice but to think about our people. So, that's why we're sending off our people first. Master Gue hesitated for a moment and said, the initial race's territory is at the end of the teleportation formation, and they— Master Tian shook his head. I don't know. Master Gue frowned. Huh. Master Tian gazed at the door of light and said, all those years ago, our undying race knew a little about the initial race's strength. However, we were busy with another race and couldn't deal with them. Once we dealt with that race, the initial race had left this large universe, and then we fought the Void Spirit race and suffered tremendous losses, causing us to go into deep sleep for all these years. Now, the initial race and that universe are all unknown to us. He shook his head and continued, but we have no other choice. In order to awaken the experts of our undying race, we extracted the spirit energy of this large universe and used the spirit energy we had. Now, this large universe is on the brink of destruction. So, the other side of this formation isn't just the only hope for the living beings of this large universe, it's the same for our undying race too. No matter what's over there, we must go there. It was the only path they could take. As far as the living beings of this large universe were concerned, the teleportation formation was their only way out, but it was the same for the undying race. They're here. Suddenly, Master Gue looked toward the side, and countless were rushing over through the endless black holes. It was a dense ocean of people. There was excitement, joy, and terror in their eyes. It was terror toward death. There was hope here, but terror too, because the undying race was here. However, their hope for survival suppressed that fear. When they saw Master Tian and the others, they stopped on the spot while vigilance filled their eyes. However, even more gazed at the door of light behind Master Tian's group. It was their hope. Hope was right before them. Charge! Suddenly, someone shouted, and then a man charged forward. He was clearly too nervous and excited, so he hadn't noticed that the formation hadn't even been activated yet. Besides the man, over 100 more charged behind him. All of them weren't weak, and the man was even at the major Zen realm, so it only took an instant for them to charge over to the door of light. But something strange occurred. Their bodies may have charged to the door of light, but their heads had been left 300 m behind. Over 100 heads just dropped nearly, and their eyes were still filled with joy and excitement. The surroundings fell silent. It didn't take long for everyone to look at the 10 mysterious figures in black armor. Every single one of their sabers had blood dripping down slowly from them. However, no one had seen them attack. At this moment, everyone had a solemn expression on their face. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Elder Yuan had an extremely solemn expression on his face too. Yang Lianshuang and the others were behind him, and their faces were filled with solemn expressions too. While others hadn't been able to see it clearly, they had. Those 10 experts had attacked at the moment those people had charged forward. Fast. Extremely fast. Those people hadn't even realized that they were dead. It was so fast that their minds weren't able to react to it. Elder Yuan and the others had expected that the undying race's experts would be here, but they hadn't expected them to be this strong. They remained silent for a long time before Elder Yuan gazed at the demon's pawn. Senior, can you defeat them? The demon's pawn shook its head. If it's just one, of course, but not 10. Elder Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. They're that strong? The demon's pawn glanced at them and nodded slightly. I wouldn't last an hour against all 10 of them. Elder Yuan's face fell. The demon's pawn was the strongest amongst them, but even the demon's pawn couldn't deal with them, so the rest of them were naturally incapable of fighting those 10 experts. Moreover, besides those 10 experts, there were those 2 middle-aged men, and those middle-aged men were definitely stronger. So, how were they supposed to go over? Suddenly, the entire expanse of space throughout the endless black holes shook violently. It wasn't just the endless black holes. Even the space throughout the entire large universe shook violently, and then countless strands of spirit energy suddenly started fading. The large universe didn't have much spirit energy to begin with, and now there was none. The spirit energy had just vanished without making a sound. The entire large universe was drying up rapidly. Suddenly, someone shouted from within the crowd, "Look at the portal." They looked over. At this moment, it had started to spin, and it started spinning faster and faster before them. A short while later, a boundless expanse of stars and space appeared within it. Countless people seethed with excitement when they witnessed this. The teleportation formation had been activated. Charge! Someone howled fiercely, and then many started charging. However, their heads just suddenly flew into the air once they charged forward. Because quite a few people had charged over, a very bloody scene appeared. A few thousand heads shot up into the air and blood sprayed throughout the area. However, more and more were still charging over. But this time, no one was able to get close to the door of light. All of them lost their heads before they could even get close. At this moment, everyone finally realized what had happened. It was those 10 experts with sabers in their grasps. They just stood before the door of light, and heads flew up incessantly before them. It was like a bloody rain of dumplings. Just like that, they had stopped everyone from entering the door of light. However, their desire to survive made them disregard everything and charge. At this moment, they just wanted to get into the door of light. So many were still charging over. It was a bloody slaughter. Meanwhile, Master Tion watched all of this for some time, and then he raised his right hand. Enter. Master Gue walked over to the others from the undying race and said, "Come with me." As soon as he gave the order, they started entering the door of light. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar, and then a young man and a woman arrived here. It was Yang Yi and a Nanjing. Chapter 2258 The Samadhi Flame. Chapter 2258 The Samadhi Flame. Countless people howled madly when they saw Yang Yi and a Nanjing. The experts from the large universe were filled with despair when facing those 10 extraordinary experts of the undying race. Hope was right behind those experts, but they instilled despair in all of them. Since they arrived, those 10 experts had slaughtered around 10,000 in such a short amount of time. Despair. But at their moment of despair, Yang Yi arrived. While Yang Yi wasn't here for them, they didn't think so much about it. All they knew was that Yang Yi was here, and so they had hope. No one charged anymore, and all of them were looking at Yang Yi. Master Tion stood before Yang Yi and a Nanjing, and the 10 undead warriors were behind Master Tion. All of them stood in a neat row, and their auras were deep as an ocean. Yang Yi glanced at the door of light behind them. At this moment, many experts of the undying race had gone through it, but the door of light could only accommodate a few hundred at once, so it would take many rounds for all the experts of the undying race to be teleported. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked toward Elder Yuan and the others. Elder Yuan nodded slightly to display that they were ready. Yang Yi looked back at Master Tion, and the latter sized up Yang Yi. "I presume you're Yang Yi." At such an age, Master Tion hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss! An instant later, a sword arrived above Master Tion. However, it was stopped just half an inch away from Master Tion because a hand had grabbed it. It belonged to Master Tion. At this moment, there was a strange silver glow around Master Tion, and his hand was covered in that silver light as it held Yang Yi's sword. Moreover, the silver light had coiled around Yang Yi's sword, causing his sword to tremble violently. After a short stalemate, a strand of flames suddenly surged along Yang Yi's arm and arrived on his sword. Bang! Master Tion was blasted away. The Samadhi Flame. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when his expression suddenly changed. It was because a ray of cold light had shot toward him. It was fast, extremely fast. That was what Yang Yi felt. Yang Yi instinctively waved his sword, and it slashed against the cold light. However, the powerful energy it carried caused a mincing pain to surge through Yang Yi's right arm. But that wasn't even the end of it. There were 9 other rays of cold light behind the first one. If one looked carefully, one would notice that they were all saber energy. The saber energy shot toward Yang Yi's weak points from various tricky angles, and they were extremely swift to the point Yang Yi couldn't dodge them. Rumble. Muffled explosions resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted far away. However, as soon as he stopped himself, a black shadow appeared before him, and then a saber slammed down at his head. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He flipped his right hand and flicked his sword upward. Right when he attacked, another figure suddenly appeared behind him. If one looked carefully, one would notice it was another one of those 10 undead warriors. That figure had his back toward Yang Yi and launched a backhand strike at Yang Yi. It shot straight at Yang Yi's back. Bang! Yang Yi had stopped the saber above him, but the saber behind him had struck against his back. However, the primordial armor appeared at this moment, yet it still couldn't stop the saber from stabbing through. Hiss! The saber stabbed into Yang Yi's skin, and it could instantly obliterate his internal organs if it went just half an inch deeper. However, slaughter intent and sword intent swept out of Yang Yi at the instant it stabbed into him. Bang! The mysterious experts above and behind him instantly vanished. Yang Yi moved around 3 kilometers back, and those two who attacked him had returned to where they were. It was like they had never attacked. A wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. The experts from the large universe turned pale at the sight of this. Even in Nanjing's face became quite gloomy. Their strength was actually that formidable. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and gazed at them. Meanwhile, Master Tian spoke abruptly. Needless to say, you're quite strong. Unfortunately, do you know who they are? The undead warriors. They are the most elite warriors of my undying race, and every single one of them crawled out from piles of corpses. I heard you've killed many too, but the people you've killed are nothing in comparison to them. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He knew Tianxiu had told him the truth. They were really extremely strong, but it did make sense to him. The undying race was a huge race that had existed for so many years, so it was normal for it to possess such experts. Now, he had a problem in front of him. He had to deal with them, or Elder Yuan's group couldn't enter the teleportation formation. Yang Yi glanced at the portal, and he noticed that a third of the undying race had passed through. It would take 2 hours at most for all of them to get through. At that time, they would have nothing else to worry about, and the undying race was really likely to turn off the formation and attack the large universe with their full strength. He had to deal with these 10 experts. Yang Yi flipped his left hand, and the sword precursor appeared there while the sword supreme appeared in his right hand. Dual swords. Bang! Bang! 2 terrifying intents swept out from him, and Yang Yi's aura instantly rose explosively. Sword intent and slaughter intent. Endless slaughter intent and sword intent filled the area. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing. Help me. As soon as he said that, he stomped his right foot down and charged at the 10 undead warriors. A sharp sword howl resounded through the world. Meanwhile, Nanjing closed her eyes slowly, and then blazing fury suddenly transformed into a ray of fiery light that shot at the undead warriors. Bang! Bang! The entire expanse of space here shook violently like an earthquake was rampaging through it. At the instant Yang Yi attacked, one of the undead warriors took a step forward, and then he swung his saber at Yang Yi with both hands. Hiss! A brilliant ray of saber energy tore through space, and it turned the surrounding space ethereal as it traveled. Yang Yi put his swords together and swung it too. Bang! As soon as they descended, the undead warrior's saber energy was instantly sliced into 2. At that same instant that the saber energy was sliced open, a black shadow flashed over to Yang Yi, and then a saber descended upon him. Yang Yi didn't choose to dodge this attack. He went head-on against it. Faint flames appeared on his sword, and it instantly covered them. A moment later, Yang Yi put his swords together and swung them again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then 2 figures were blasted away. It was Yang Yi and the undead warrior. But this time, Yang Yi stopped himself very quickly and attacked once more. Hiss! A ray of flaming sword energy tore through space and slammed against the undead warrior. But right at this moment, a saber suddenly shot over and slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. Another undead warrior had attacked. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart and was obliterated. Yang Yi's face fell at the sight of this, and he looked toward the side. And Nanjing was in battle with 2 undead warriors, And while she hadn't gained the upper hand, she wasn't at a disadvantage either. They were in a stalemate. As for the remaining 6 undead warriors and Master Tion, they remained around the experts of the Undying race. Obviously, they weren't attacking because they were afraid that someone would suddenly attack the others behind them. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, gazed at the undead warriors before him, and then tightened his grip on his swords. The undead warriors didn't attack either. Obviously, they were waiting for the others to leave the large universe. But Yang Yi had to let Elder Yuan's group go through the portal before the entire Undying race was evacuated. He was more anxious than the undead warriors before him. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. Yang Yi glanced at his swords, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Senior Samadhi Flame, I hope you'll help me with your main body. The sword domain? He naturally couldn't use it. If he did, he could kill one of them, but the price would be something he couldn't endure right now. There were 10 undead warriors and Master Tion here. A moment of silence ensued, and then the Samadhi Flame's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. With my full strength? Yang Yi nodded, yes. A short moment of silence ensued, and then the Samadhi Flame replied, your body won't be able to endure it. Yang Yi took a deep breath. I have to, even if I can't. The Samadhi Flame suddenly said, ask the primordial pagoda to protect your body and soul. Yang Yi nodded, and then an ethereal ray of golden light enveloped him. Boom! A moment later, a strand of flames surged out from within him and enveloped his entire body, causing Yang Yi to be instantly transformed into a flaming figure. Once the Samadhi Flame appeared, the temperature here instantly turned scorching, and the space in the surroundings even started becoming ethereal. Suddenly, hiss, 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 the space around Yang Yi started burning. Chapter 2259, Young Woody's Backup Plan. Chapter 2259, Young Woody's Backup Plan. The Samadhi Flame. It was a flame strong enough to incinerate the large universe. Once it appeared, even Master Tion had a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, even he sensed danger. Extreme danger. Kill. Suddenly, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. Hiss. The space below his feet turned ethereal, and then a strand of flames flashed. Master Tion spoke solemnly. Watch out. Meanwhile, an undead warrior stepped forward, and then an afterimage flashed. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy rippled through space, and then a black shadow was blasted away. That black shadow even had faint flames around it. Master Tion's expression changed at the sight of this, and he flashed over to the undead warrior and pressed his right palm down toward the undead warrior. Countless strands of black energy sprayed out from his palm, but the black energy was obliterated upon approaching that undead warrior. Master Tion's pupils constricted. He withdrew his palm and said, I can't save you. The undead warrior nodded slightly, and then flames appeared from within him. Soul ignition. After he ignited his soul, the undead warrior's aura instantly rose explosively, and it was many times greater than before. A moment later, he slammed his saber at Yang Yi. Crack. The space in a huge area cracked open in an instant. An attack after soul ignition. Bang. A rumbling explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted far away. As soon as he stabilized himself, a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Yang Yi's body cracked open and blood flowed out incessantly, but it only took a moment for his wounds to be rapidly healed by the primordial violet energy. While Yang Yi had been heavily injured by this, the undead warrior was gone forever. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood what Tian Xiu meant when she said they were very strong. These undead warriors weren't just strong, they weren't afraid of death. That undead warrior had been struck by the Samadhi Flame, but Yang Yi could sense that the undead warrior wasn't afraid at all. The undead warrior wasn't afraid of death at all. Yang Yi glanced at the 9 remaining undead warriors, fell silent for a short while, and then closed his eyes. A moment later, he vanished on the spot. Suddenly, 5 undead warriors took steps forward and swung their sabers. Hiss, 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 boom. The others here weren't even able to see what had happened when Yang Yi was blasted away again. Meanwhile, the 5 of them took a step forward again and swung their sabers once more. Hiss! The 5 sabers created 5 rays of saber energy that were thin as the hair on an ox. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a vicious glow flashed through them, and then his figure flashed while he swung both the Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor forward. Hiss! A wave of flames rippled out from his sword. In an instant, the space before him was transformed into an ocean of flames. Meanwhile, the 5 undead warriors' saber energy arrived within the ocean of flames. As soon as they came into contact with the Samadhi flames, they instantly turned ethereal. However, those rays of saber energy were extremely strong too. At the instant they turned ethereal, they had sliced through the ocean of flames. However, they weren't able to arrive in front of Yang Yi before being incinerated into nothingness. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded from within the ocean of flames, and then a ray of sword energy shot toward them. The 5 undead warriors suddenly formed a straight line. Their sabers flashed. Bang! 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 In the air, 5 ethereal sabers suddenly appeared, and then they slashed down. Hiss! 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 At this instant, the entire world was sliced open by their attacks, and the powerful force within them even sliced Yang Yi's ocean of flames into bits. However, while they may have sliced Yang Yi's ocean of flames into bits, they were incinerated into nothingness as well. The Samadhi flame, besides the few divine treasures that were on par with it, there was nothing it couldn't incinerate. Master Tian's expression turned gloomy from the sight of this. The strength of the flames Yang Yi revealed was beyond his expectations. However, Yang Yi clearly couldn't do anything to those undead warriors. The 5 undead warriors could overcome his Samadhi flame, so while they couldn't harm him, he couldn't harm them either. No one could harm anyone. But at this moment, almost half the experts of the Undying race had gone through the portal. Yang Yi knew he couldn't delay any longer. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and the latter nodded slightly. A moment later, they appeared side by side, and then they simultaneously vanished on the spot. Right when they vanished, the 5 undead warriors took a step forward again, and then they swung their sabers in unison. Their sabers rose and descended at the same time. Bang! The space around Yang Yi and the others exploded apart. Countless strands of flames and saber energy sprayed toward the surroundings, and the powerful aftershock of it caused the entire expanse of black holes to tremble. Retreat. The experts from the large universe retreated. Meanwhile, Elder Yuan and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Yang Yi and Nanjing's strength was naturally beyond doubt. Both of them were extraordinary geniuses, and their strength was extraordinary too. There were few in the world capable of being a match for them. However, they were being forcefully stopped by those 7 undead warriors of the Undying race. While they weren't at a disadvantage, it would be extremely disadvantageous to them if this continued. Elder Yuan remained silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the demon's pawn. The latter nodded slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that shot at the 9 undead warriors. However, it hadn't even gotten close to the battlefield when Master Tian appeared before him. "You're courting death." The demon's pawn howled with fury and slapped his claw at Master Tian. The latter didn't fear the demon's pawn at all, and a wave of powerful energy instantly rippled at the demon's pawn. Bang! Bang! Explosions rumbled through space. Elder Yuan's face remained gloomy as he watched, because while the demon's pawn was strong, Master Tian seemed even stronger. So, while the demon's pawn wouldn't be defeated, it couldn't harm Master Tian either. Elder Yuan gazed at the door of light. There were 2 more undead warriors there, and they were guarding the portal. Suddenly, Sky Maiden said, "They'll do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she intended to attack, but Elder Yuan shook his head. "No." She gazed at him, and he spoke softly. "Even if you go there, you can't do anything to them. It's meaningless." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked toward Yang Yi and Nanjing. The battle there was extremely intense. At this moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing were facing 7 undead warriors, and their joint forces were something that even Yang Yi and Nanjing were helpless against. The Undying race was obviously extremely confident in them, since they had allowed these undead warriors to guard this place. Elder Yuan frowned slightly and spoke softly. Is this situation really impossible to resolve? Bang! Suddenly, a powerful strand of energy came from far away, and it was so strong that all the experts here were visibly moved. All of them separated a little of their attention and directed it toward that powerful energy. It didn't take long for it to arrive here, and then Master Tion's expression changed drastically, because its target was actually those 7 undead warriors. It wasn't an expert from the Undying race. Bang! It enveloped the undead warriors, and coupled with Yang Yi and Nanjing's strength, those undead warriors were blasted far away. At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked toward the battlefield, and it didn't take long for them to see a middle-aged man. The martial emperor, the previous martial god of this large universe. Yang Yi frowned and was quite surprised to see the martial emperor. He hadn't expected him to show up at this moment, and he hadn't expected him to help. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the martial emperor didn't pay any attention to the affairs of the world. The martial emperor walked over to Yang Yi and Nanjing. He glanced at them and smiled. Both of you are amazing. You've attained such strength in such a short while, as expected of the most monstrous geniuses of this large universe. Yang Yi was quite puzzled. Senior, the martial emperor glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Yi. Do you know why your father helped me take after Martial Emperor Academy? Yang Yi shook his head. The martial emperor smiled. I made an agreement with him to help you at a critical moment. Of course, if you don't need my help, you can refuse, and he'll help you another time. Yang Wudi. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Yang Wudi again. Yang Wudi had really done too much for him. Meanwhile, the martial emperor glanced at the surroundings and said, I've seen who I wanted to see, so staying is meaningless to me now. Yang Yi asked, You're leaving too? The martial emperor nodded. I should. Yang Yi asked, Through the portal? The portal? The martial emperor smiled. Do you know how the unfettered one left? Yang Yi shook his head. The martial emperor looked up and said, He left by tearing through space. He forcefully tore through space with his sword and entered the boundless unknown. Yang Yi frowned. It's that simple? After all, he could tear open space too. Simple? The martial emperor chuckled. Tearing open space is easy, of course. However, he isn't just tearing open one expanse of space. He's tearing open all the space that stands before him. How far is it from this large universe to the initial race's universe? I don't know. All I do know is that he may use his sword to forcefully slash his way to the universe of the initial race. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.